Welcome, everybody. Making sure the thing is booted up here. Welcome to another fun and exciting dev stream for Vintage Story Modding. Away we go. I don't know out there how many people actually do dev streams of modding progress for any game. I haven't really seen any other ones. Of course, I don't see a lot of stuff on YouTube because it doesn't suggest it to me. But anyway, I made some progress over the last few days on the multi-block system. This is what we're working on. This is the last major feature that needs to get done for the mod. Anybody who has played immersive engineering or several other mods with that add multi-blocks, but immersive engineering is the main inspiration for vintage engineering. So yeah, I'm just sort of making some progress here. The dummy block is basically, well, it's done until I start testing it. It's as done as I can get it without actually testing and knowing what's missing, what I need to do. But essentially, the base game multi-block block, we just search for multi-block. Right, so this block multi-block, this is the one thing in the game that has a bunch of things defined for multi-block, shenanigans. And the way that the base game does it is it encodes the offset in the block variant code. Right, so the code of the block is there's the name of the block, right? It's the unique identifier to the block. And the way the base game does it is it encodes the offsets that the block itself is. It encodes that offset into the code of the block name. Well, there's a finite number of these. There's a limit to the size of a multi-block because of this. This is a hard-coded limit to the multi-block. And there's the only way around it would be to either patch the block and add many, many, many new offsets, right? Which radically increases the number of blocks generated, by an order of magnitude. You go from 150 to 1200 really fast. So I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to add more and more and more and more offsets to a block that it would become unmanageable, especially if people would eventually want giant dynamic multi-blocks in the game. If somebody wants something like that eventually, the system that's built just wouldn't work. Hey Jay, how's it going? Welcome. So rather than do that, I'm going for a different tactic, and that is change the block, the dummy block. This would be considered the dummy block, right? It's a blank, empty block that doesn't do anything on its own. It's an empty block. There's nothing there. All that it has is basically a collision box and a selection box. That's all it is just a placeholder for collision, because there's a texture there, but there's not a thing there, right? It's like simulating a block being there. So rather than do the encoding with the variant system, as you can see, the variant here, dx, and then there's a dy, and then there's a dz. So it's like a delta, d is usually delta. So what is the offset, right? And n would be negative, so it's replacing n with a negative sign or with a minus. So it's literally taking dx and saying, hey, if there's if it's like n1, well, it just changes to a negative, and then it encodes that to an int, and that's the x offset, right? It's just an offset from the core block. And it also requires, basically, to get the max size of a multi-block, it also requires the block that's important to be central to the block, because it's a finite number of offsets. And of course, I have a cat just jump in my lap because, center of attention. So rather than do it with a block code and create thousands upon thousands of dummy blocks in the code, which would have to be, they would be in the block list, which means that recipes would, it just would bloat by a wide margin. It would just bloat the number of blocks in basically the catalog of the game, which slows everything down when you have that. Anybody who's dabbled in creative mode, when you're in creative mode and you hit E to open your inventory, the lag that you get when you do that is because of how many different variants and stuff there is, right? And imagine, she needs to pull out I sit on a pad. Right, I sit on a pad specifically so she has something to, spread out on when she's in my lap. What was I saying? The cat is an incredible distraction, by the way. As designed. So I don't encode anything in the block. The dummy block that I've built doesn't encode its offset at all. Where the offset is the block entity for the dummy block. And a block entity, yes, there's going to be one created for every block position in a multi-block. It's the only way to get a unique instance version of data in a volume of a voxel game. You have to have a block entity, because the block is the same, right? It's the block doesn't change. The block entity is unique, and so you can store unique data in a block entity. And so for my iteration, for the dummy block, right? The dummy block is pretty basic, but it's the block entity somewhere in here. Multi-block behavior. I must have closed it. There it is. So the block entity for the dummy block is the deadest. It's so minimal. It's literally just storing an offset, right? Now, there's more code that I need to do. There's tree attributes and stuff that I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need to save this offset, right? Because right now that offset would not be saved to disk if the chunk is unloaded, which would be bad. Yeah, that needs to be saved and then loaded back in, because it needs to keep track of its own offset. So this is not 100% done yet, but this is essentially all of the unique data that I need to store with a block entity. So the offset, right? The offset is just, it is what it is. It is the offset. And there's going to be some accessor and a way to change it when it's created, when the dummy block is created, I'm going to need a way to set that offset, right? There must be a way to set it. With this is just a get, but there's going to need to be a way to set it on the initialization. So that's what we're going for there. So yeah, the object is not done, but it's got the code that it's got the data that allows me to then finish the regular block, which is what I needed. So the base game version, right, has a bunch. Look at all these procedures and stuff here. So essentially the base game is like, what are all of the things, right, that a block really needs to function in the game, right? It needs a bunch of little things to be able to interact, right? There's interactions, there's get block entities. There's a bunch of things here that get called in the workings of the game, right? It's functions that you really need to have. But because this block is sort of a phantom block, it's an ethereal block that doesn't really have anything important in itself, but it does point to an important block. So essentially what these do is, because the offset is encoded in this block, it basically passes along that information, that event, on interact, it passes it on to the offsetted block, right, to the core. It just passes that on to the next block. It's like a middleman. I just ran into a bunch of Windows trouble. I don't get it. Download Windows version. Model creator. Model creator. This? Well, there's a couple things that you might have run into. For one, this program is a Java program. This is a carryover. What they did is they basically forked the Minecraft version of the model creator, and they customized it with a bunch of vintage story specific stuff. But it's still Java. It's still a Java app, right? So that might be hitting you as far as like not being able to run it. So I would like look to update Java to whatever. Like I couldn't tell you exactly what my version of Java is. I never can keep track of that shit, but I know it's a Java app. Maybe someday down the road, down the distant path, they will redo it in C# and their own little engine. I hope. And that way they would be able to really customize it, but it would take a lot. I mean, it's effort doing tools like this to a studio, right? A studio wants to sell copies of whatever game it's making. An app like this doesn't do that. So like modding tools, this is why most modding tools, and this is true for giant studios, right? Think of the creation engine for Bethesda. I've used those modding tools. They're janky as hell and really prone to bugs because they get it functional, they get it just barely working, and then they're like, all right, we're going to reassign everybody to something else now that it's working. And it's only when something breaks that they're like, oh, we got to put resources back into it again. And it's like, they never spend the days or weeks or months polishing modding tools like they should. But this is, I mean, this is actually pretty good. I wish it had some other features. I really wish it had some other features built in. Namely, one I was talking to Tyrone about. Like, I really wish I could design, put the multi-block in here, right? Let's say you're working on the pump jack and you've got a nice big pump jack model. It's all animated and everything, right? A single model, it's all animated. The center block here is the core, and then you've built on, right? You've built it on here. It would be nice to be able to design the collision box, right? All of the collision boxes for the model. Just design all of the collision boxes and then export those, right? Export those as a separate shape. So that way we have a shape that is the collision box, right? You have a separate shape that's the collision boxes, and then you have the normal shape that's saved normally. Because what I'm going to need to have is a version of that collision box complex shape to then basically assign and segment out those individual block spaces and that shape for every square, right? So, the more complex the shape, the more complex the collision box. But each collision box set, right, would be an intersection of what block space it is, what offset it is, and all of the other collision boxes in that shape. That's what I was talking to Tyrone yesterday and talking to him about this problem, because either that or we go the route of like Fortress Craft, where you have this giant, like, think of the OET. If you've played Fortress Craft and you've built the OET, right? That giant thing that you have to charge 4 times with like 1 billion power. Well, you can stand on top of that, and it comes to a point, right? The OET comes to a point. Well, you can stand on top of it over to the side, not even close to the point. You can stand over here, and you're standing on air, right? You're standing on air because you're looking down, and there's nothing underneath your feet, but you're standing on something solid, right? That's because the collision box for the OET is a giant bounding box over the whole thing. It's not a more complex box, or it doesn't even form fit to the shape, the building, right? It's a giant's cube. And that's why you're standing on air. So there's going to be a little bit of that, or a lot of that, initially with this multi-block system, because each block space is just going to have to be a full block, because that whole intersection collision box thing, I don't know how the fuck to do that right now. I have no idea. So that is going to have to be like a feature that's added and augmented as the feature develops. So, but it would be nice to be able to have this export a collision box, like a customized, simplified version of the shape, just a very, very simplified version. You don't want really complex collision boxes. You just don't. As enticing it as it is, you just don't want it. But defining those collision boxes, like, I don't know. Blue Lightning said that they knew how to do it, but I don't know what in their what they had in mind. They never told me how specifically they would do it, and maybe they would come out of hiding to help with that. Just spit that code out really quick, because they are brilliant, and I really wish that they would continue assisting. But But yeah, hopefully maybe when we get down to that and there's a code base that they can just jump into, tweak, and then PR it, right? And just submit it and be like, here you go. This is what I was talking about. That would be brilliant. I'm not going to hold my breath, but man, I'm hopeful. So what I did is I took all of these, right? Because these are all based on the offset and the inverse of the offset, which is the inverse is just the offset is what is my offset from the core, or in this case they call it the principal. What's my offset from the core? So the inverse offset is what is the offset to the core. That's just like running backwards along that line. So the offset inverse is just like from me to the core, not to the core to me, right? So I had to basically copy. It's blatant. I hate doing it, but this code is already just brilliant. It's very well done, and I didn't really want to reinvent the wheel. So, basically, because the dummy block has a block entity that is the offset, I added a little function of get offset based on a position, and you have to have the position. This is the difference. You have to have a position, which is unique to this whatever instance we're looking at. If you don't have a position, you can't get the offset, right? The offset is based on the position because I need the position to grab the block entity. I get the position, grab the block entity, and return the offset. Or null if it doesn't exist. So there's going to have to be some shenanigans with null checks and stuff. And then there is all of the functions, right, that get processed that pass on the events, get sounds, all these functions that the base game offers, especially get selection boxes and get collision boxes. This is gonna be a rough one. These two are gonna be rough. But these just pass on to the core, right? Our core block. The game, another little another little quirk. Oh, I'm glad it worked. The game, the API offers a bunch of interfaces. So I multi-block activate, I multi-block braking, I multi-block properties, I multi-block collision selection boxes, I multi-block interact. These are all functions, or these are all interfaces that define multi-block functions. Okay. I'm sorry about the sniffles. It's so dry. The air is so dry that it's just wreaking havoc on my sinuses. So like all multi-block braking, right? They're the basic functions of the base game on block broken, right? On getting broken. All these functions are basically defined and used by the base game when you break a block and when you interact with a block, and right, all of these are used, but this one just defines a bunch of multi-block versions. But nothing in the game, nothing uses any of these interfaces, which really surprised me. Nothing uses these. All of these interfaces are defined, but none of them use it. So I'm like, well, shit. They're already defined. I don't want to reinvent that. So I basically was like, okay, because in here you can see it's actually calling those. The first thing it does is try to call the MB version of all of these. MB get selection boxes, right? This is based off of the I multi-block collision selection boxes interface, And if that interface exists, right, if the block is a valid version of that, then it calls the interface function first. That's the first thing it tries. Because it runs this handle, and the handle is just a basic, like, generic caller. And the first thing it tries to call is the block, right? So if the block, so it grabs the block at the position that's passed in, XYZ. It grabs that block. It tries to cast it to whatever interface is being passed in, the K. If that is valid, if K is that interface, right? If K is the interface, which is this here, then it calls the function on interface, which is right here. If it's null, if it tries to cast the block, remember the block as the interface, and it fails, it tries to grab a behavior and do the same thing. It's saying, hey, give me the behavior of that type as that type, right? Give me that behavior, and then check for null. So if it casts the block and the block is null, means the block is not that interface, try to get a behavior of that type from that block. And if both of those instances are null, right? If they're not null, then run it. If they are null, then, on otherwise, kind of a fail-safe. So the fact that it runs every one of these, the handles, run that they check the behaviors. So what I did is I created a multi-block behavior. Let's close some shizzle. So in here we have VE multi-block behavior. And this has all of those interfaces. Right? This has all of the interfaces. And this is a block behavior, not a block entity behavior, a block behavior that essentially encapsulates the entire feature of the multi-blocks. Similar to how there's an electric network, right, behavior that you give to a block, and that allows it to get power and stuff from a network, right? Just that behavior alone gives you access to the power system. This here is the multi-block behavior that would enable the multi-block, working in general. Okay. So I'm just kind of summarizing all of the work that I've been doing. And this object is going to be a beast of an object. Let me tell you, I've started chipping away, right? Little functions at a time, just chipping away at the code for this. This is going to be a massive, this is everything in the multi-block system, right? This is the heart of the multi-block system, is this object. This is going to manage most, like 90% of all the multi-block stuff. The block core, which is what would get the block behavior. The core, when you define a machine, this is what you would give the behavior to. But the core doesn't really care, right? The core itself doesn't really care, like what the like what all the blocks are around it. It doesn't care about any of those. All it cares about is simulating the machine function that it has, right? Whether it's a refinery, a pump jack, a nuclear reactor, all it cares about is its inventory and the simulation tick, right? The power is going to be another behavior that gives it access to a power system. But the bulk of the heavy lifting for the multi-block system is going to be the behavior. And so I've got all of the functions in here as defined by all of the interfaces. And yes, I use regions. I know for some reason, a lot of people don't like regions, but it allows me to sort of subdivide all of the interfaces. Like, these are all of the different interfaces, and all of the things that they do. It helps, like, I only need to expand that one that I'm working on. Because eventually, like, yeah, the code is only 165 lines now, but it's going to get big. Like, it's going to be thousands of lines. Because remember, this is the function that's like having to really do all of the lifting. When you break a block, it's going to have to process all the blocks. Like, it's just going to be a nightmare of code. And so, yeah, it's going to be one little bit at a time. Okay, so what I ran into, the last piece of the puzzle, is what defines the offsets and the structure. If we open up block types, multi-block, reset of it. Right, here's the offsets, and this is an example of what gets generated when you run the world edit command, right? GMC /WEGMC. Multi-block structure. This is what's generated. The W is the block number. So every unique block that's in a schematic gets its own number, right? Every unique block. So this block is a 1, and this block is a 2. We could have 50 blocks in there, and they would all have their own number, and that number would be assigned an offset, and blah 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 blah. Right? You have this 0 0 0. This is the origin. This is the center. The offsets are all offsets from the block you're looking at when you generate the code. Right? You have to be looking at the core block. Otherwise, this would not work at all. You have to look at the core block, wherever that core block is. You have to be looking at it when you run the command, because then it offsets everything from that location. So that's all done for me. I don't have to do that. I don't have to reinvent that. Well, what I'm going for is, when you are looking at building this thing and validating this thing, how do you know which blocks are missing? Well, in the base game, there's a highlight blocks feature. You can highlight blocks, which just renders a little ghost cube, that's tinted a color. It just renders that in the block space. It doesn't actually. I don't think it actually puts a block there. It just renders the cube as something. I don't know exactly how it works, but I needed a way to define different colors for different blocks, right? So, yeah, I wanted to differentiate the color that it highlights for this block from the color it highlights for this block, as well as other possible features in the future. I wanted to leave the ability to change features. And there's some other technical reasons. I'll get into that in a second. But as you can see, these are all not in attributes. These are all properties of the behavior, right? So these are not down here in attributes. This is up here in the properties of the behavior, because this is how it's defined. It's in a behavior. The highlight ID, we'll get into that in a second, but here's this block here. Block highlight colors is mapped to the W value, which is the block number, and it defines an RGBA color to that block number. So this block highlight colors here, right? This is stuff that I added and said, hey, these are the block numbers. Here are the highlight colors. And now that I've got those puzzle pieces, I created a custom version of this multi-block structure object. So we have a VE multi-block structure, which admittedly is very much like and copies most of the base game multi-block structure and how it functions. There's some magic stuff happening that I'm going to have to debug when it creates this object. Because it takes this JSON in this code here. It takes this and somehow creates the object for the base game. I don't understand it. It's going to have to take a lot of testing. But what I do is I have the init for use. So this initializes. So when it creates the thing, it loads all those offsets as defined in JSON. It loads all those offsets. But those might not be the final offsets. Because remember, this thing can be rotated 4 different ways. So all of those offsets have to rotate around, given their offset, they have to rotate to a different offset depending on what orientation we're at, right? The rotation Y is the rotation around the y-axis of northeast, southwest. So this init for use, you pass in what the rotation is, and this offsets all those original offsets. Now it changes them to transformed offsets, where now the offsets are saying, hey, you're defaulting to north, and this might be, let's say it's back. You have the core block up here, and you're back and to the right or to the left with the camera, right? So if now you're facing east, well, this offset has to be bounced to a different direction, right? It's going to be a different location if you rotate it, which is where this comes in. This is the init for use, rotates all of those blocks, right? It rotates all of that over so it's properly built, right? All of the offsets. So the transformed offsets is really the meat and potatoes of the instance of the structure because it's rotated. And then I added an init highlight colors, again passing in that JSON object, so it passes in this block, right? It passes this block in, and it just parses each item in that list, and it just adds it to another list, a dictionary. That maps, it's a dictionary, it's an int-in dictionary, so it maps the block number to the color, and a color, it's encoded as an integer. It's just how the game does it. So you color from RGBA. So you just pass all those values in, and it creates a color, and then you just map the color to the block number. And then all of the rest of the functions are largely the same. There is a tweak when it comes to highlighting the blocks, highlight incomplete parts, right? The base game does a lot of like color shenanigans. It basically hard codes the color. So the color is always the same. But what I do is I add the specific color to that block number. So every position would have a color associated with whatever block goes there. And that way in the handbook, I can put like red is this, green is this, blue is this, orange is this, yellow is this, and I can just run that down, and that would be my color. I just have to figure out how to figure like what are the colors. Encoding an integer with a color, it's gonna be iffy. Hey Robert, how's it going? Okay, so that kind of sums up where I'm at right now. And I've been chipping away. So I've got I built an enumeration for the multi-block I/O, and this is going to be used by the dummy blocks. So let me load the definition for the dummy block. So the dummy block, remember, these are going to be ethereal blocks that have no texture. It's just going to be like a floating, invisible block that has a collision, but it's still going to have information, right? I'm doing okay. It's the sun is shining, and it's a good day. So what I'm defining here, and this kind of got crazy. I'm defining different use cases of the dummy block, which is what has to be done with a variant, right? So I was posting this in the Vintage Engineering Discord channel yesterday about, like, have I forgotten any of these? So the I/O is what use, like, what is the purpose of this location for the dummy block, right? What is it that happens in this location? Now, it could be nothing, right? It could have not, like, it could just be a bot, like the smokestack on a refinery, right? That block that's way up at the top is just going to be a dummy block, and it's not going to have any purpose. It's just going to be there, right? And so that is the thing. But the other things are, we need to interact with it in some way. We need a way of moving items and fluids and power and gas and signals and maybe mechanical. We need a way of interacting with that, because if you place a pipe, right? If you have an item pipe and the large multi-block has an obvious connection to that location, even though there's nothing really there. When you place a pipe, the pipe is looking at that block, right? When you place a pipe down, it's looking all around it and says, hey, can I connect to any of this stuff? And it's going to look at that dummy block, and it's going to pull all the information from that dummy block. And I'm going to have to add this functionality to the pipes once this is done. But it's going to look at that dummy block, and it's going to be like, hey, what are you, and can I connect to you? Well, the dummy block is going to be like, hey, if I'm an item variant, then yes, if it's an item pipe. If I'm a fluid variant, then the item pipe should say, no, I can't connect to you. So, this is one of those, like, how do you differentiate these? Well, there's a few ways to do it, but I could either do it via variant groups or via attributes. I'm undecided. I put this in here just because I needed something. But attributes are only unique to the variant. So it doesn't really matter if I have attributes. If it's all the same variant, I would have to have different variants to have different attributes. It's just how the game works. A unique set of data is a unique set of data, and there's only one way to do it. You either do it by variant groups, and that's how you differentiate, or you have a block entity that somehow encodes that. But how does the block entity know it's an I/O if the variant doesn't tell it's an I/O? So there has to be something there. The only problem is, I ran into, in my mind, as I'm doing, like, as I'm coding this and I'm running into possible problems, I realize that the dummies themselves are going to need a northeast southwest variant to turn, because there's a very simple the really simple idea came where a collision box, and I'll try to speak into the microphone, but a collision box, let's say a collision box vertically is half the block. Let's say it's the pump jack, the top of the pump jack that, goes up and down. And that block space has a collision box around it. That's half of a block. Well, if you're facing north, that's fine. The half of the block, you can subdivide that. But how do you subdivide that collision box if you have that thing facing west, which is a 90-degree turn? Right? If you 90-degree turn it west, well, that collision box, if you didn't have a northeast southwest on it, if it didn't know that it was rotated, it would assume the improper collision box. Because it'd be like, oh, my offset is over here, but the math involved regarding that might not work. So I added the side orientation. So when the multi-block structure gets generated and it basically clears all the blocks that you just placed and is adding dummy blocks to each location, it's able to then send and say, hey, the core block, the variant of the core is east. So therefore, all of the variants that I'm placing for dummy blocks, all of the variants are also east. It passes that along. So everybody gets the same rotation. Whether or not that matters, I don't know. It may come where I don't need that, and I just recalculate the intersection no matter what, and I recalculate those collision boxes. I don't know 100% how I can do that, but it is what it is. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. The first iteration of this feature, the collision boxes are just going to be full blocks, just like standing on the OET in midair, right? Just like that, only in vintage. It's just going to be, you're just going to be standing on air until I can drill down and actually start customizing the collision boxes and stuff. I would imagine the very first version is not going to have collision boxes at all, but it is what it is. The collision box stuff is relatively straightforward because I can just return the default cube, which is just a full cube. So that's easy enough to do. So the dummy blocks have all of the I/O states, and all of the I/O states define like how do we interact. And then that can translate into code with this enumeration, which is specified as a flag, which are bitwise flags. I'm just setting a bitwise flag mask for the I/O. So you can encapsulate a bunch of I/O in a single like integer. You just bitwise flag it. So yeah, so if you had a universal item hatch, right? If you had a hatch in your multi-block that was input or output, right? If it was both, then this here, you would just OR these values. You go item input or item output into the flag, which would give it a 3, which would be both of those values. That's how bitwise flags work. So I divided all of these out because a lot of them are mutually exclusive, right? You're not going to have a mechanical input at the same point as a fluid input. Like what are you talking? Like what? So that kind of stuff is would be a flag. Is hey, which is what are the flags of this, and this can be customized further if somebody comes up with a use case that I haven't thought of. But the interaction type is an interesting one because this is a special type. And I was talking to someone last night about how the multi-blocks are going to function and how you're going to be able to build them. And the interaction type is gonna have two major use cases. The first is there's going to be a block. Obviously, this is going to be a block type of an interaction that you're going to be able to interact with while you're building it. So it's going to have a lot of special code in there to seek out and find the core that it's a part of, because it's going to be a generic block initially, and interacting with that block is what will validate each layer as you build it. Because I'm gonna try, when you place the core block, I'm gonna try to only show the layers of what the recipe, what the build is, like what blocks go where, one layer at a time. And the way to detect a layer is done, at least until I get somebody that knows what the hell they're doing to actually tell me how they do it in Minecraft. The layer the process of doing a layer validation will just be triggered by the interaction block. You'll build a layer, you'll go to the interaction block and right click it or shift right click it, which will fire the validation for the core block. If validated, it will highlight the next layer, and you do that until it's built. The only other way to do it is to have the core block run its validation every second, every 2 seconds, however periodic you do it. There's a myriad of ways to solve the problem, but the bigger the multi-block, really, really big multi-blocks, like how really big multi-blocks, you would have to validate every one of those blocks every second, right? Which is spidering through all of the offsets and all of the block spaces every second. That's a lot of heavy lifting, and modern computers are capable of it. But really big multi-blocks would cause, it would cause a noticeable spike, right? It would cause a noticeable like hitch in like rubber banding or whatever as the server is like trying to validate this block, this giant multi-block every second or whatever it is. Which is why the validation block, when you right click the validation block, that's what triggers it, because it's like, oh, boom, we validate it. So there's some special code that would have to go into that kind of block, and then that would be the block, naturally, that the very last layer, when you put the very last block in, and the multi-block is done, you go back to the validation and you trigger it one last time, the whole thing goes and validates, right? Because it doesn't just validate the layer, it has to validate the whole enchilada, because you might have removed the blocks on the base. That somebody would absolutely try to do that, right? Let's remove all of these blocks and then build them up here, right? And then validate it. And it's like, if I'm not revalidating the whole structure, somebody would absolutely do that. So once the whole thing is validated, that's when the shit hits the fan. When the whole multi-block is validated. Because that's where, holy God, the amount of shenanigans that are going to happen in a blink of an eye are going to be insane. Because you go from having a bunch of blocks that you can see that make up the design of whatever it is you're building, and in an instant, all of those blocks get swapped for the dummy blocks, right? The dummy blocks are the blocks that those, like, let's say it's a scaffolding block, or a steel fence, or a steel a steel block or an iron block or a machine block or whatever it is gets swapped instantly for the dummy block that encodes the offset, right? All of that stuff gets encoded in this process. It encodes that offset into the dummy as soon as it creates it at that location. It swaps it, encodes it, moves on to the next one. And it does that through the whole thing. It's just whoosh, it just swaps all of those. And the last thing it does is the core block itself swaps from its incomplete variant to its built variant. And the built variant is the glorious single model, giant model, right? That's properly rotated, but the giant model that is the glorious final build. And then all around that is all transparent dummy blocks. Because remember, the block that is the giant build is actually just the center block in the multi-block. It's just the single block. If you went into that center block and you just broke that, the whole thing would disappear, right? Because it's just one little block. Just like the creosote oven right now, as it is in the mod right now. The creosote oven is a big cube, but it's actually just this tiny little block in the middle of that, right? That's all it is. What you're interacting with are the dummy blocks. Right? So those are the blocks that are outside that you're colliding with. Those are going to be all the dummy blocks. That's in your mind's eye, that's how that works. And when you break, right, you go up to the multi-block and you break it, well, now you just reverse the process. You just iterate through the dummy blocks and you swap them out for whatever block is in the schematic for that location that's rotated. Right? It's just the reverse of the process. I shouldn't say the J word. This is a very complex process. But it has to happen very quickly. And the larger the multi-block, the more noticeable that swap is going to be. Because it's a huge amount of block updates. And it's going to have to be done in a bulk block accessor. Right? It's going to have to be done in a single, just on one shot, just everything all at once gets changed. So that should be fun. Is there a model that I could plug into the VS Model Creator, see how they build things? This is very basic. Yeah, I mean, any of the base game stuff. So here a good example. Let me just, oh my God, so many windows open. So what you want to do, if you're just going to learn it, what you want to do is you want to, somewhere in here, it must be here, yeah. You want to set your texture-based path, and you want to set your shape-based path to the base game, right? So you set your texture-based path to vintage story, assets, survival, textures, and then your shape to the same thing. Because then when you open the shape, right now I have my texture-based path and my shape-based path. I have mine set to the vintage engineering, right? Because when it pulls that shape and it sees all these references to textures, it, if it doesn't find them, it's going to be a weird looking texture. Right? But because I have mine set to vintage and I'm pulling vintage story text or vintage engineering textures, it's able to see them, right? So this is the fluid tank shape. If I open, let's go to the CNC. Here's the CNC shape. And it is what it is. These are all original QP Tech shapes that Quentin gave me permission to sort of take over that. So like the crusher, right? And then the animations, you can even go animations and say, hey, what is the animation? Right? And you can see the animations. And the lighting is different because you have it's taking the lighting from the bottom and it's moving it to like the top. It's just kind of weird. But you can kind of learn, and I if you're just learning, don't worry about animations, right? If you're just learning how all this works and how this stuff functions, then don't worry about how animations work. But yeah, you can even set texture and shape. If you unzip Vintage Engineering, you could just look at that and look at those examples. But the base game has a bunch. So here's the blower, right? Kind of janky. I'm not the best. I did what I did. I'm trying. There's definitely people out there that are better at this stuff. So, but yeah. And then if we open the creosote oven, there is an example of, there's your block space right there, right? So this is an example of how a multi-block would work. You have a single block, which would be the core. So I would need some design of a core, some generic design. So that would be the core block, and you would only have, and you'd place that, blah, blah, blah. But the multi-block, right, is a bigger, it's the final form. What is the final form of the thing? And then this is the block space. So you can see that this is a 3x3 and then 4 tall. And to get the textures right, because this is not a single texture per face, right? In order to optimize this, these are separate cubes. These are just individual cubes, very thin, where the face is just the face that I need. This is where the optimization. This is the only face I need. Right? So this is, all of these is just the face that I have, and the texture is, I randomly select one of the, I think there's 4 different variants of this brick texture, and they all kind of tile, which is why you have, different sort of layouts here. So there's little optimizations that can be had, but you can't, if you have a shape that stretches, let's say it's the crossbar of the pump jack, the texture that you put on it either needs to be very, very generic, and you need to use shapes for detail, or you need to subdivide that in some way to individual sections of a block size, because the textures, when they map on that, you can play with that. The textures would stretch and squish, and the textures would look awful. But similar to how the crossbars on this, the bars going down the side, you can see that right here. That's because that texture is 32 by 32, and it's stretched 4 blocks tall. So each pixel is, a quarter of a block. Which is why you get that giant, like colored pixels here. But yeah, this is how a multi-block would be defined in its final form. And obviously everything has to be oriented towards north. So the compass down here right? The block orientation has to face north in its default location. And then what I do there is I would rotate that around. And then the center of the block, the center of the multi-block, I'm not 100% sure how that's going to work yet. Because ideally the origin, the block space here that it would orient itself around would be the head of the pump jack. That image I posted in Vintage Engineering of the immersive petroleum pump jack, that's what we're going for. But the head of where that pump is going out, I don't know yet. We'll have to experiment once I have something that I can experiment with. We'll have to experiment to see if I can have the core at that location, or if the core is going to have to be a couple blocks back, and people are just going to have to live with it. But yeah, it is what it is. This is purposefully a dead simple shape. I didn't want anything complex when I was doing this. But an example of this build would be this block space here with the mouth. As you build this thing, that would be like the interaction block, right? That would be the validation block. Is you would validate that, but it would have to be down below. The validation block really has to be on the base, on the bottom. It's really the where it would go. So I would maybe tweak this to add a little bit of a detail of like maybe there's an ash hatch or something down here, just visually. But I'm not too worried about that. But when people get used to the system, I think it'll be fine. Once they get used to it, they once they understand the quirks of it, it'll be like, well, whatever. Like, this is how it works. All right. So you might have seen in the JSON here this highlight ID. So what this is, the way the game runs its highlight system is every highlight set gets its own ID. And this is, in the base game, hard-coded to so the highlight ID for the cementation furnace, the highlight ID is I think 23. So they just set the ID to 23, and that's the highlight ID, right? Why 23? It's probably just the number they hit on their numpad. I don't know, but that ID is how the game tracks and highlights blocks. So as long as the ID is different, you can have two different sets of highlighted blocks. And so I exposed that to JSON here to set the highlight ID of this machine, because we're working on this machine as its own multi-block machine. So we can set the highlight ID to highlight the blocks anytime this machine is being built. And that highlight ID can then be different for the next machine. So like the blast furnace, when we get to that, I could put 56 on that highlight ID, and then a person on a server can be building the creosote oven and highlight those blocks, and another person could be building the blast furnace and highlight those blocks, and the highlights are different. So they're not going to crosstalk between one another. And so I expose that ID so other modders or down the road, like every machine can have its own ID, and other people can just put numbers in there too. But
somebody might, if they have add-on mods, they might start at 200 and be like, I'm 201, 202, 203, 204, 205 on all of their highlight IDs. And another modder might be like, I'm going to do 300, 301, 302, 303, 304. And that way nobody's IDs are cross-talking with one another. And they're all unique. So, okay. That is a summary of all the things that I've gotten done and the state of what we're doing right now, and how I've basically customized and sort of I'm now working my way. I'm leaning in to all of the nitty-gritty details. I've added the start of how to specify layers to the highlight parts, right? And yeah, this is a process. I haven't implemented the layer system yet because it's yeah, I'm not sure how to approach that yet, but so yeah, the game, the tessellation engine, getting back to your comment about detail, the game really encourages detail in the shape, not the texture. But don't go nuts. Right? There are limits. And so I don't really want a multi-block that has 50,000 polygons in it. That would be bad. So a good example of maybe what not to do. Oh my God, let's minimize all of the things. Is as cool as it is, as awesome as it is, it's in here somewhere. There it is. Right? This is awesome. And none of the textures load because I think they used a lot of the base game textures. So this is what happens when textures don't load. But this has a enormous amount of stuff in it. Count triangles, 1,000 triangles. Not bad. And it's fine for what this is. Right? You're not going to have 100 of these in your base. A charger, right? 1, maybe 2. And that's it. Like how many things do you need to charge? So this being as cool as it is fine. But a big pump jack, you might have, half a dozen of these running or whatever. Like who knows? Or other multi-blocks you might have more of whenever that time comes, especially like power generators, diesel generators. You might run 10 diesel generators for power or whatever. So this kind of thing, there are many optimizations that you could have. Like a lot of these cubes, like this giant cube there, right, is only this right here. This little nub is all that is showing from this giant shape like this. That is a massive optimization that could be had with this. Because that shape could only be this little itty bitty thing. It doesn't need to be that giant thing. It needs to be that little whatever you see. Right? This is extremely wasteful because the renderer, when it's rendering this shape, it's rendering that face, that entire face. It's drawing that, and then drawing the next thing over that, drawing the next thing over that. And so it's rewriting that pixel many times because the shape exists there. So it's rendering all of that. There's optimizations that could be had that would prevent that. If your only piece is visible in this little bit, if that's the only thing that's visible, that should be the size of the shape, not a big plane, because it's trying to draw all that stuff. Because the render doesn't inherently know what's visible and what isn't. It doesn't know that. All it's doing is rendering pixels on a screen, right? So it's just like whatever works. So I use this shape for this thing because it's so awesome looking and it's so cool. I wish the person that made it would have like been willing to help with other things, because I would have loved to have worked with them and honed and optimized their work and said, hey, let's work together and make something even better, right, and more optimized, and then worked on the multi-blocks. Because imagine this level and attention to detail on a big scale, but optimized. So there's a way to optimize it, right? That you could get this to be the same. It would be basically the same poly count. Even shrinking that shape, it's going to be the same size. But you could also hide all of the faces that you don't need, right? You don't need the bottom face. You don't need the east face. You don't need those faces to be rendered. The same with these like cubes on the top here. You don't need the bottom face, so you could hide that face, and the system would just ignore it. It wouldn't be included. So little optimizations make a big difference, and individually it's fine on a single machine, one little optimization, but all of those optimizations compile and build on one another, and then help the final product is just a system that is more efficient at the end. Every little optimization adds up. It's a cumulative. Every one of them matters. Most artistic types don't like the technical side of optimization, but you have to have one, and you have to have both. Okay, so my plan for today, after now I have basically summarized all the things, is to work and chip away at some of the easier functions that we have here. So I've already got some of these done. Get attributes, right? It's a box that Star Citizen. I tried running that once. I did invest in it many years ago. I think it was even before I started the channel, so it's over 10 years. I can't remember exactly when they did their initial Kickstarter, but I remember back when I even had less money, I put like $120 in, and I was like, oh man, and that was before they went absolutely crazy with the money and the monetization. And I tried, like, it took many years to even get like a playable demo. The very first like demo space thing that you could do. I tried it, and man, it was, it's so realistic, the flight dynamics and the flight physics and all of that. It just wasn't fun. It was just like, oh my God, this is like a job. Like, you have to know how to fly one of these. It's not gamified at all. And it was just like, oh my God, this is brutal. Inertia and all, like, the physics were crazy. But I was. And then the fact that, if pirates hit your ship and it's destroyed, you might lose your ship. And I'm like, why would anybody play this if that's the case? shell out more money for replacement ships just because random pirates like hit you? I don't know. I don't know how they plan to solve all of that, but okay, so a lot of these events we're just going to pass. Yeah, we're just going to pass to the core. So this VE multi-block behavior, remember, this is a behavior on the core, not the dummy block. So do partial selection. This is if you have multiple selection boxes defined, this allows you to interact individually with each selection box on a unique basis. Right? This enables that. So this is like an example of do partial selection on a machine block. Let's say the transformer. So the transformer has two selection boxes, right? One for the MV connection and one for the LV connection. That's two selection boxes. So this do partial selection has to be enabled so you can select either or. If you didn't do that, right, do partial selection was false, then it would try to select both of them with one event, and that's not good. You don't want to do that. So an example in a multi-block for this would be, let's say you have a control panel that opens a GUI, right? That would be one selection box, a control panel. And then you have maybe on another part of the multi-block, you have a switch that allows you to like one of those emergency like shut off buttons. Right? You have one of those over on the side that's the emergency shut off if something happens. That could be a different selection box. And those two selection boxes would be different from one another. And you want to be able to select them separately. So you'd want this to be true in those events. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. But I still want to pass this to the probably I want to pass. I just want to pass true, but I kind of want to. I want to reference the core anyway. So base.block.do partial selection. World position. So again, we're taking the event from multi-block. Remember, these could be coming in from the dummy blocks, right? This is all these interfaces are all getting brought in from the dummy blocks. So it's the dummy blocks that are communicating with this and saying, hey, do we allow partial selection? So again, on block interact start, we just basically return base.block on block interact start world player block selection. Right? Offset is not a part of the offset. It doesn't matter. And we may come back and revisit some of these if we have a need to. Right? But on block interact start, this is where you go and you right click it. Right? We need to pass that to the block, which then would probably pass it to the core block entity. And that would open the GUI. Right? This is the thing that opens the GUI. The interact step, interact stop, interact cancel, these are these are less used. But like a step, like when you eat food, that is a process. Like start, step, stop. Like those are all processes. Okay, so we have to do the same sort of thing. Return base dot block dot on block interact step. Okay. Well, right now we're ignoring the offset. Offset, it doesn't really matter what the offset is, right? This is the offset of the block that's basically called the event. Like where did the offset, where is it? Right? That's what's encoded in the offset, is where this event took place, out in the dummy block ether, right? All of the blocks that make up whatever it is, where did the event come from? That's where the offset is. So if that is ever important, right? If we ever need to validate that is a legit place that we need to deal with, then we can work on that. But right now, base.block.onInteract step. Seconds used. Okay. Cancel is if you cancel, return base.block.onBlock interact cancel. Cancel reason. The pick block is when you middle, like if you're in the like creative mode and you middle mouse click the block, like what gets returned, to be able to build more of them, which would be, you would want to return the core, but an unfinished core. But we're gonna pass it off to the base.block anyway. Oh, my wrist! Ow. Dot on pick block world position. I want to get all these exceptions, as many of these exceptions eliminated as possible. Return base.block dot get placed block interaction help. The get place block interaction help is if you have the interaction enabled in the game, you get that floating help text in the game, right? It's rendered as part of the game. It's not a window. It's just like floating text that it's a kind of an accessibility thing. Return base.block.get sounds. Okay, because we're basically giving the core block full control over a lot of these. So the core again is going to be the meat and potatoes of the functionality of the multi-block interaction, GUIs, simulation, any of that stuff. The multi-block behavior is really for managing collision selection boxes, right? Properties, the validation, the final like swap, right? Everything swaps. So it's like that has to be taken care of because on block breaking, right? This is, it's a thing. We have to. This is why this is going to be a huge PETA. Like, this on block broken is going to be a crazy pain in the ass, which is what PETA stands for. This is going to be crazy because we're literally going to have to iterate through the entire multi-block when a block is broken to swap everything back, right? And you see this in like immersive engineering and mechanism and in any of the mods that have multi-blocks. When you break, like a good example is a giant mechanism reactor, right? Fully formed, it looks awesome. The moment you break one of the blocks around, the whole thing unforms itself. It's just like shatters the whole thing. Well, that is done in a function like this. You just iterate through every block, and you it's a nightmare of potential bugs that you run into. But anyway, okay, so get random colors and stuff like this. This is for like the mini map, like when you have the mini map and like what color is the pixel for that block space. That's kind of what that does. MB on getting broken. This, not really sure when that gets fired. On getting broken. That's a weird. On getting broken. What does the pulverizer do? On getting broken. Word accessor. Principle. So the pulverizer, believe it or not, is a multi-block. BEMP multi-block. That is a mechanical power. MP in the game is mechanical power. Okay, so what this does is it passes the event to the principal. BS position. So it's the block selection. So it redefines the block selection, right? You have the block selection here, and this thing looks at it looks at what is on getting broken, right? It looks at it and says, hey, is what's getting broken part of a multi-block? If it is, rebuild the block selection to the multi-block, right? To the principal, rather than the block that you're breaking. Because it's the principal that you need. So similarly, what we can do here is the same kind of thing. But we know for a fact that we're a multi-block. The very fact that we're in this function means that we're a multi-block. So what we can do is redefine the block selection. Oh my God. Come on, game. Block selection BS equals block selection.clone. We're going to clone that one. The reason we do that is there's a lot more data in the block selection that is relevant. And we want to clone that and then change its position. Right? So we then go bs.position equals get off or no base.block.position or no. This is I'm thinking right now. Multi-block behavior. Block selection. So we're getting past. So the okay. So bs.position dot add copy offset in inverse. bs.position equals. Okay. Because the offset inverse is from the caller, I think. It is what is the offset to the core, or where this is called. If we look at dummy block, this is called via handle. Right, this is what's calling it on interface. So if we look at what's the function we're working on? Getting broken. On getting broken. So this is calling on getting broken, and it's passing in the inverse of the offset of this position. Right? This block selection dot position is the dummy block, like the position of the dummy block. It gets the offset from the core of this location, and then it inverses that, and that's what it sends. So yes, we need to add the inverse. We can't subtract the inverse. We need to add, because it's going to be negative, right? We need to add the negative. So this is redirecting the block selection to, using the offset here. And then we need to then return base.block.on getting broken. And then it's player, and then that's BS, and then that's item slot, and then remaining resistance. And then delta time, and then counter. Okay? So that is one of the reasons why it sends the offset. Because we need to redirect that. So now, knowing that, we need to look at the other functions that we've already done and see if we need to redirect the block selection again, right? On block interact start. So we need to then figure out, like, is there a case where we need to ignore the offset? Because the block selection is going to encode the position of the dummy block, not the core. So if you don't have the core, is that gonna hiccup? So if we take this code here, and we say this offset, I'm pretty sure on block interact start, if we go to the dummy and we look for that here, offset is passed. The inverse is passed. So these are all, again, in the inversed offsets, even though they're not labeled as such. So again, we need to add, because those are going to be negative values, we need to add the offset rather than subtract it, I think. And then again, this is going to need to be tested. But then this here is the BS value rather than the original. So the same is true here. And this is going to be BS. And the same is true here. And this is going to be BS. And the same is true here. And this is going to be BS. So basically we're redoing the block selection and redirecting the position of the interaction to the core. Because that's the dummy blocks, they're not going to be able to handle the events anyway. They're passing the event on, so it doesn't, they just ignore the block selection. They don't care. There's no reason why you should need the selection of that. On pick block position, I don't know why the position would matter. On pick block. Well, this one here we know is going to need to be done, so we're going to do BS there. Get sounds, again, we're going to have to do the same thing, and there's going to be BS there. So we ended up using these offsets, these passed-in offsets, which is nice. I like when I use stuff because that tells me that I'm on the right track. I'm using the interfaces the way that they should be. So in this one, the block position value is position, well, okay, and then BS here. I'm copying the one that's passed in because block position now has integrated in with that data set with all the data that's in block position. It's in it. There's a dimension aspect to the block position. There's a dimension sort of offset. And if you don't inherit that dimension offset, who knows down the road if something breaks. So it's always a good idea to take a value that the game passes in and just modify that and then reuse the modified version and pass that along. So we need to do sort of the same thing here. This, I'm not sure yet. That the collision boxes and stuff. So for now, what I think I'm going to do here, again, the first iterations of this is going to be like rough. So cuboid f.default. It is a function. The default, you need Oh, Jesus. It wants an array of cuboids, not just one. Why is this telling me it can be even more simplified? Oh. I guess it can be even more simplified. Okay, well, it is what it is. Cuboid f dot defaults there. Whoa! No. Return. Don't throw. Throw is bad. Okay. I need to use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. The consequences of lots of coffee. Speaking of which, I need to refill the tank with my last cup. Well, half a cup. All right. Now, have a good one. Need to eat. Okay. What time is it? Oh, 2:05. Okay. Blue. Can attach block at cuboid eye attachment area. Liquid barrier height on side. Get retention. Get attributes. I've already done that. Attributes. The get retention is like, I was a little curious about this. This is actually for like greenhouses and stuff. It gets like how much like heat retention a block has, right? If it's positive, it has heat retention, and if it's negative, it has cold retention, right? So like a cellar versus a greenhouse, that sort of thing. I'm not really anticipating needing this at the moment, but I could pass this on. So if we just go back to somewhere here and say we have that. Okay. We say base.block.get retention. No. Come on now. Get retention. BS. Facing type. Return. Same thing here. Return base.block.get liquid barrier height on side. Base-BS. And then this one can attach block at. This not sure what attachment area is. So the core block is obviously going to need a bunch of these calls and a bunch of these overrides as well, right? This is not a one-size-fits-all sort of solution, because each multi-block will have different places designed for this. And at this point, I'm not sure whether the behavior should handle this, because the behavior is going to have like the multi-block structure. But the core has a reference to that, right? The multi-block, I'm going to be able to access the data inside the multi-block structure, which is, it holds all the transformed offsets. So it's going to have all references to what goes where and what block type it is. And so like the can attach block at, let's say we're trying to place, if I can find where the hell I was. Where was I? What was it? There it is. Behavior? Yeah. Let's say we're trying to place the electric connector block, right? Because you're not going to be able to wire directly up the multi-blocks, right? That, to make that work that'd be a lot of extra like nitty-gritty code to try to get the selection boxes and stuff and oh my God, it would be a little nasty. But so to power these things, there's going to be a special powered, like, it's going to look similar to a relay, and I want to redesign a relay variant for the wire to the connector, so it looks obviously different. So we might be able to do that today, because I need to get that project started. And since it's 3D modeling and stuff, we can tackle that. Because I'm going to need one, even LV tier. I should probably have one for LV tier just in case somebody wants to make a LV tier multi-block. But the wire connector, or the electric connector, is not going to be part of the catenary mod, because that's an electric network specific sort of block. So that'll be a part of the electric network system, not the catenary system. But the electric connector, I want it to look unique from the wire relays, and so to detect whether or not you can place the block. Oh, somebody brings the mousey. I heard a weird noise, and sure enough, there's a mousey. So when you place the wire connector, it's going to call this and say, hey, can I attach this block to this location? So it needs to know what block you're trying to place. It needs to know what block face you're trying to place it on. It needs to know where the block position is. So I may not want the block position on this. I may not want to reset it. There's no way to encode. Because the position would have the location of the call, right? The offset, it would the offset would almost be a part of that, because the core block, which is where this call would go, the core block would be like, hey, this position is not me, right? So it would have to look up the multi-block structure and say, what is at this offset? What kind of block is at this offset? And if the kind of block is the electric connector style block, which is a unique type of dummy block, right? This is why the dummy blocks, if I reopen that goddamn file, why we have dummy blocks with variants of different connections, because I can look at this dummy block and be like, hey, this is a power dummy block. So yes, you can place the electric connector on it. Now, the logic of whether it connects and if it's the right power type and all of that, that's a separate issue. That's going to be logic inside the connector, right? All of the multi-block is looking at is, hey, is this type of thing appropriate for that location? And that's really what we're talking about here, is that position is looking at what position I'm trying. I think it's the position I'm trying to attach to, and the face that I'm trying to attach to. So you can even specify, like, Is it the side of a face, or is it the top of a face, or is it the bottom of the face? So yeah, I wanna keep the position as it is. I don't want to reset it to the offset. I don't really know what a cuboid eye. I don't really know what that means. Cuboid eye would just be. Yeah, I don't know what data would be passed in there. Obviously, it defaults to null, so it may not even be used. All right. The purpose is to get rid of as many of those throw exceptions as possible. These here. I've already got the activate. The activated really isn't used at all. When a command block, console command, or perhaps in a future non-player entity wants to activate this place block. So whatever activate means, right? Activate is, I would imagine it's akin to like standing on a pressure plate, right? You're activating a pressure plate. You hit a button and you activate the button. I would assume that this is where this comes from. Nothing uses it right now, but I wanted to include the interface in case it is someday. So on block broken, yeah, that is going to have to stay the way it is right now. That is going to be a mountain of code. So the other thing we need to do is we need to be able to validate the structure, and we need to be able to interact with the structure in some way. How do we want to do that, and where do we want to do it? We might have to define one. We might have to define our own interface for that, because I don't want to run validation over and over and over again, because this multi-block structure has a validation walk matching blocks, incomplete blocks. So highlight incomplete parts. These are base game functions. These I know these work because I've used them in the game when I like validate like the big furnace or the beehive kiln. You can validate the beehive kiln by right clicking on the door. Sneak right clicking, I believe. So this works, but obviously it needs to be triggered in some way, right? This needs to validate itself. And I need to also I need to think about like the highlights and the layers. But okay, how do I want to do this? Multi-block behavior. Oh my god, I hear the litter. She's just so stupid. The cat is just so stupid. She just scrapes along the rim, the upper rim of her litter box. She just scrapes on it, just over and over, like over and over and over and over and over. It's like, how does your brain, whatever size your brain is, how do you not realize you're not actually moving any material if you're just scraping along the top? You have to have just not very many neurons in your brain to not realize you're not actually doing anything. The same thing with the carpet, right? Have you ever seen a cat like scrape along the carpet? It's like, it's mind-blowing how few neurons it takes for an organism to be alive. Okay, so this, I mean, is pretty testable. At least it wouldn't throw a wobbly, as the Brits would say. This, however, is the one exception. On Block Broken. Oh man, I don't even know. Okay, so how do we trigger it? So one of the things I did is I also created a definition here for a set of blocks with the same variant groups. Now, what's different about these is these are actual blocks, right? These are different from the dummy blocks. The dummy blocks, these are the transparent, invisible things that just have a collision box, right? That's what these are. These won't have any sort of rendering or anything like that. But the dummy blocks replace actual blocks that you build the multi-block with, right? Which is what I define here. These are the special blocks, not regular like generic scaffolding or fence posts or treated wood or whatever it is, planks. Those are generic blocks as well, which can be a part of a schematic. But these are the very specific or location specific special blocks that allow you to interact in some way with the multi-block, that define the special dummy blocks that get replaced. So as the thing iterates through, if it finds, let's say, the fluid, the VE multi-block IO dash fluid block, the system will know to replace it with the dummy block of that same variant. Right? The fluid dummy block then is replaced with that, and it becomes it. So these will not have any block entity. You do not want a block entity with any of these. These are just going to be generic blocks. But the shapes, well, the shape, I think we might switch the shape to be a texture. I just basically, I was just kind of copying and getting all of this organized in my brain. But like attributes by type. So one of the things we could do is we could specify, like, we could have power, or we could have like power dash LV, power dash HV, power dash MV. We could have signal red, signal green. We could have, item in, item out. We could customize this object to be whatever we wanted, with whatever look we wanted, with whatever shapes or textures we wanted. And this is literally like, if you think about like immersive engineering, you have like the light machine block, you have the heavy machine block, you've got the redstone block, you have all of the sort of special blocks. That's what this would be. This would be like all of those sort of special blocks, or the IO blocks. So while I could have pipes as part of the recipe, I really wouldn't want to, though, because the pipes have there's a network and stuff associated with them. I would not want to put pipes unless it's a generic pipe that has no use, right? If it's a building block pipe. But integrating a pipe in with this, I would have to literally like destroy the pipe and the block entity and the pipe network and Because when you place a pipe, it automatically, if it's not attached to another network, it automatically creates another network. So pipes are a unique like edge case where you really don't want to include pipes into the build. Unless it's like a generic pipe object. And I don't know, I wouldn't know like how to do that. To differentiate like a building pipe versus a pipe that you need to connect to stuff. So I would opt for not having pipes in a schematic because it would make it messy in terms of like the block entities and stuff and how to create and destroy pipe networks. Like I really don't want to mess with that system. I don't know how Immersive does it. Like I don't know how they handle their pipes. Like because I know the pump jack has pipes in the schematic of the build. But I like does that create when you place those few pipes? I think there's 4 pipes that you place in the build of the pump jack. I don't know when you place those if it actually is trying to create like a pipe network behind the scenes or how the base mod even handles movement and stuff, because it's like how does that even work? So I'm gonna for now put like the kibosh on integrating pipes into schematics because it would create its own personal nightmare of adding a pipe network, then having to basically like when you build the multi-block, it would literally like erase that network. It would have to erase and clean that code up in some way, basically destroying the pipes one at a time until the network is dead, and then the system would have to delete the network. And it's just there are layers of that if you just include the pipes, right? There are multiple layers of things that could go wrong, and I don't want to mess with that at all. So these blocks would really be like the interface block, right? If you look at the screenshot of the pump jack in the Vintage Engineering channel, on each side of the pump jack were those obvious blocks to connect pipes to, right? That's where the oil comes out of. That's what I'm talking about. Those blocks on either side would be the fluid IO blocks. And then on the back, on the top, would be like the power IO block. Now, how do you specify which tier of power? I don't know. I don't know because the power connector itself is going to be a tiered base thing. So there'd be an MB version, an LV version, an HV version. And that is going to have to communicate with the machine, with the core, and do a little handshake of like, hey, I'm an HV connector. Do you accept HV power? Right? And if you do, then we can talk. But if you can't, how do we handle that? Right? There's no handshake to be had there. So let's see. The dummy block doesn't care. How do we, without adding so many variants? That's the problem. The more variants we add, remember, every one of these variants, it's multiplied by 4. Because the side is northeast, southwest. So for every one of the variants, there's 4 different rotations. So there's going to be a none northeast, southwest. There's going to be an item northeast, southwest. So it's multiplicative. The more variance you have. So I want to try to limit the variance spam as much as possible. Which is why I was like, how do we manage this? And I think like it's going to have to be managed by the core on what it's looking at and what it wants to do at a specific location, right? Whether it's input, whether it's output, whether it's both, like it's going to have to define that, which is why I did a custom structure, right? I'm doing a custom behavior because I could specify a given offset or whatever and say what is the IO at that location given the IO here. What is the flag of the IO at that particular location? And it makes it a little bit more complex for adding on later, but it also gives the most flexibility in controlling what goes where. So you can have a very explicit input port that is not an output port. Let's say it's on the top of the arc smelter. You have a port on the top, and that's where the ore goes. Right? You can't extract from that, but you can input into it. That's what I'm talking about. So you would have the IO, you'd have an item at that offset. And then you would have to be able to map that location and that offset and that block number to the flag of what the interaction is. Right? Which would be part of it. Would be basically an added on. Well, just like I added this, I would add another one that would be block, like multi-block IO, and I would specify the locations, and this is where it would kind of be tough because these offsets are not intuitive. Remember, this is facing north, but offsetting to the north means negative Z. Because north, going towards north, is negative Z. I have a little cheat sheet. I don't know if you can see that. Right? So north is negative Z. West is negative X. Which is kind of like, so south is positive Z and east is positive X. So if you're looking at the graph, you're like, and then Y is almost universally in rendering engines, Y is vertical. It's very rare to find a rendering engine where Y isn't the vertical axis. I don't know if I've ever seen it otherwise. So Y is, easy to understand, but X and Z, like, it's a little less intuitive, which is why I'm adding special blocks. Because that would be a little bit easier to manage if there is a specific block IO, right, tag here where it's multi-block IO dash power. And then you look in here, multi-block IO dash power is 3, and then you'd find where the 3 is, and then that's the offset that you would copy. Or what I could do is I could add a flag onto this offset, but I don't want to do that because it automatically loads this structure, right? This multi-block structure here based on this block offset and number object. And this is from the base game, right? Block offset and number is defined here. And it's just XYZW, and somehow the JSON system knows how to load this. I would have to somehow redo this and include a new value, right? That I don't think there's a vector 5i. So I would have to figure it out. The 4i here, I really doubt there's a 5i. Yeah, there's no 5i. So there is no five integer data set value. So I would either have to invent one or do some shenanigans with that. So this just takes the 4i and it just encodes the w to be the block number. That's all this does. And it automatically loads all these offsets. It just loads all of those in one shot via the JSON. And that's kind of a magic. There's magic going on behind there that, I don't know, because it's all happening in the data structure set of the game. And it's kind of a magic box to me. Because when you load it, if I look at the core, right? No, it's in the behavior. So the initialize here, you can see it's taking that property and it's instantiating the multi-block structure as object. So this is doing an immense amount of heavy lifting. This as object is taking this JSON object and it's converting it into one of these. Again, this is a magic box. I don't know how this is mapping stuff. How it's able to figure out like which variables to like work on and which not, and it just makes me like cringe, like ooh. But yeah, this is why I have like init highlight colors. I manually do that. I deserialize basically the highlight ID, and then I store the rotate Y based on the variant, so I don't have to recalculate this over and over and over again. Because it's a right hand rule, which is really confusing. I'm thinking like north is up, east would be to the right, right? But no, the way that this game works is you're basically looking, I think, up the Y axis in a way that the orientation is west is 90 degrees. Right? So rotating 90 degrees actually rotates you west, and then east is a 270 degree. So you're looking up the y-axis, but your head is tilted towards the south. And so right would be to the west. It's just like it's a little weird, the right-handed rule, but it's consistent. It's the same every time. So So we need to get some blocks going here. What I did is I grabbed a little texture pack of textures that somebody made for immersive engineering for a different texture pack, but it's essentially like they're 32 by 32 textures. And they're just like, they're usable 32 by, like, their base. I could integrate these. Let's ignore this. This is a UV unwrapped version, and I don't want to deal with that. I think that is that would blow the texture atlas if we tried to do that. But I could subdivide. These are just like 32 by 32 texture chunks that you could subdivide this. I mean, this is 64 by 64. This is essentially four different textures, and you could reuse a lot of like this block here. Look at this. So this block is like this block, right? You don't need this when you have this, because that's the same texture, right? So it's like you could just use this in that spot, and then the same is true with this. Like these could all be individual textures. You don't have to UV unwrap it. But this preheater, this is basically the blower. That's what this is. The blast furnace preheater this is my version of the blower, and it's a too tall object for immersive. But I grabbed these textures because I was like, I need something. I just need something like placeholder for these textures for all of these special blocks, right? So we have a ton of IO blocks that we need to be working on. And so like, you know, a lot of these would work. Especially like the ones that look like a port, right? Fluid pump side out, pump side in. So you have the blue and orange color coding. Like I like that. You know, the blue is in, orange is out. That's kind of a standard. The fluid pump. We'll have to deal with that later. But a lot of these are usable. Here's the multi-blocks. We're not gonna look at the this is a 256 by 256 texture. This is a monumental texture. This is equivalent to 4 by 4. This is 16 32 by 32 textures in this one block, right? This is an enormous texture and would take up 16 individual textures. But it looks cool, right? It looks cool. I don't give them that, but I'm hoping that we can make it work with smaller textures, and if not, then you know, bigger textures will have to be done. But yeah, these are all the multi-blocks. So yeah, these just generic block types, you know, for placeholder stuff. And I have them in here because I just was like, I don't know what I want, you know. These are animated textures, and I don't think I've ever seen animated textures in Vintage. So I don't know if it even supports animated textures, or if it's done. I know like lava like moves, but lava texture doesn't have an animation like this. I think it's done via a shader. It's I don't know. I don't know how that system works. Conveyors don't even think about those. No conveyors. So let's do a quick minimize model creator. We are going to open let's do game blocks wire relays. Shapes block relays. LV power open. So there's LV power. What I actually want to do, let's minimize that, open this, shapes, Multiblock relays. We're going to copy these. And we're going to go down to shapes, lock, relay, or connectors. Connectors? God, I can't, my brain is just connectors. Is that right? Why is my brain is like, is it ORS? Connectors? Or is connectors? I think it's ERS. It has to be connectors, right? Wow. Like, so these are all the different relays. So what I want to do is actually go open. We're going to go back to the Vintage Engineering domain and go block connectors LV power. So there's the LV power version. So what I want to do is first of all, let's do image import.
OR is the right spelling for connector. In
Really?
modern day. Yeah.
I don't know why my brain fritzed on that, but
apparently both are the same, or are words. Let's see.
connectors. Connectors.
Okay, yeah. It says it's the ER is outdated, according to the website I found.
Outdated? How? Okay. All right. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue with the internet knowledge base. How do you?
It's probably one of those situations where the English language evolved. There was probably a lot of OR words that were similar enough. They're like, okay, let's just change it. There's some weird examples when it comes to English and the changes, like flammable. I think I've talked about that before. The definition of flammable changed, or maybe it was inflammable more. Yeah.
Really?
It used to be that inflammable meant something couldn't light on fire, but it changed to be can be lit on fire. I think Congress actually stepped in and passed a, not sure if it was a law, but like a resolution or something.
Interesting.
I think it's one of those words that came from a different language, because English is an amalgamated language, drew on multiple sources. But yeah, weird things like that happen. But I'll shut up now.
No, you're fine. Okay, and then we have the insulator. Face image import. Where is my class gauge deco? No. Creosote? No. Cast iron, I think I might be using. I thought I had the clay clay-like texture in here, but I think I was using the cast iron. And then to differentiate, well, for one, it's the difference here, right? The regular relays, the little knob, right? The thing you connect to is white in normal relays. In the machines, the actual wire connection on the machines is yellow. It's this gold texture. So to differentiate these, I'm making the knob yellow to indicate, hey, this is something else. This is a connectable block. But the other thing I want to do is I want to add a little cheeky detail into this. And just to sort of say, hey, this might be a unique thing. So basically what we can do is we're going to add a little bit of a detail. Let's actually get it over here. I don't care about the texture right now. Voxel size, we want like 0.25. And we want 0.525. So this is like a little detail. And we want to offset it in 0.75. No, not up. Jesus Christ. 0.75 in. And we're going to increase it 0.25 there. And the face of it, or the texture, right? Just to try to make it unique. It's not going to really have any functional use. And I would like to, I need to offset it back. Let's see. Like 7.875. Okay. And we're going to take and copy that. And we're going to position it over okay. And we're going to copy it again. We're going to offset it to 7. Shrink it down to 0. Offset it there. And increase it like that. Okay. So there, the little optimization that we could do with this shape. Let's do this one first. So this shape, we go to face, and we say the east face we can turn off. The bottom face we can turn off. Then we go to the next cube. The west face we can turn off, as well as the down. Then the last one, the down, we can definitely turn off, as well as the east and west faces. East, off, west, off. Okay. Save. Now we're going to open MV power. And here's the MV power. I think what we want to do, open LV power. I think the insulator was this. I don't like that at all. Exit. I don't want that. I don't want it. There was no, I couldn't undo that for some reason. Let's just verify that that's let's go to LV. Open with. I hate Windows 11, by the way. I hate it. Okay. It didn't save. That's good. So we can open the model creator again. Why are you looking at the textures directory and not the shapes? Why is that? So LV. There we go. So let's open MV. And I want to, again, do that, because this is going to be gold, and then the inside. What I'm doing is I'm not actually moving these, because the wire, right, the wire bounding box, the selection box for the wire, I've got all of that set already. I can just copy and paste the relay code for the wire nodes, and then create this object with using the exact same settings. If I change the height or anything like that of this object, it would change that selection box for connecting the wires. And I don't really want to do that right now. But we can do this, and then we can add another voxel. I don't want it to root from that, so we're going to drop this down, and we're going to increase its size like that. We go center pole 222. So this cube here, I can texture differently. And then we can change the faces and stuff in a bit. But this is going to be image, import, block, gold, apply, copy, and then I hold shift and control and I hit paste and it pastes it to all of the faces. A little efficiency there. And then image, import, cast iron, apply, copy, paste. And then we can do the same thing, paste to that. And then this cube, image, import, we can change this a bit. Maybe shiny iron. Set this apart a little bit. Like that. And then another little node similar to the other one, but maybe different just enough. Maybe we'll put it on the north face here. This block doesn't, these relays don't rotate around like when you northeast, southwest, but they do change depending on what face you're pointing at, right? So they upside down, it just rotates it upside down. So any detail you add, you're not going to be able to like rotate around because it's just a little, it doesn't matter. It's just a little detail that kind of sets it apart. So we can grab another voxel here and we can do image, this, apply, copy, paste. And then let's move this into position. 0.75. Voxel size 0.25. And then 0.25. Actually want this down to here. Let's just do let's offset it so it's not perfectly centered. Very little in reality is perfectly centered. Okay. What this actually is or does, your guess is as good as mine. What kind of thing this would be for, but little details are little details. Who cares? Okay, so there is something that stands out. And now we want to bring it in to here. So let's copy that, reduce the vertical size, bring it up. So this is going to be 0.25. This is going to be maybe like this. And then we could be a little cheeky. And the origin, let's make the origin how do we get to the center of that? 125 would be 875. 625. We're rotating it around there. Now, yeah, we might have to make that a little bit fatter. Position is like 4, 5, or 8. Very, very subtle. Like very subtle difference. It's still kind of sticking out there. But that is so small, that would be very hard to see on a big scale. I will let people with more artistic skill. The important thing is the node doesn't move, right? You can do anything to the block, but the node, if it moves, I'm gonna have to remap the selection box. It can move. I'm not against that. It's just we would have to remap the box, the bounding box for the selection of the wire. That's all we would have to do there. And HV power, not something we need to worry about right now, but position, I need to remove that .1. Okay. Nope. Face, that's what I wanted. Import. Apply, copy, paste. Image, import. Copy, paste. 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 Okay. And then we have a copy. We are going to drop that down. Go face, image, import, apply, copy, paste, duplicate, and move up 2. And save. Now, I'm pretty sure that this, like, we haven't even come close to HV power yet. So I'm assuming all this is going to eventually evolve and change, because HV power, I mean, the wires are pretty thick because they also have like an insulation texture on them. So it's like the wires are pretty big, so it wouldn't really match this very well, but you know, that's a bridge we'll cross when we get to it. But these are simple enough shapes that, and they're not. It's not like we're going to have hundreds and hundreds of these. Like you have one of these per machine. And the other ones, like, not really worried about them for now because there's nothing that's going to use them. But that is the essentials of the shape. Now the wire, the little branch connector here, I don't know what to do about this. You know, HV, I don't know. I'll leave it alone because again, we have nothing that uses these right now, so it's kind of a moot point. I wanted to get those done because I need, if we go to relays, go to the game, go to wire relays, we're going to copy this, and we're going to go to block types, multi-block connectors. So wire connectors, ORS. So this is going to be wire connector. Okay, we have all of the same things defined. It's basically exactly the same, but we need to make sure entity type. I need to double check that. True. We'll deal with that in a second. Shape by type. Again, these are specific to the multi-block system. Wire connector is down here. Stop selecting that, you stupid man. Yeah, these are all, this is where all of those like bounding boxes are all defined, which is why I didn't want to mess with them. Collision selection box, again, this is important. Yeah, see, don't select the dash. Why are you selecting the dash? Don't do that. It's like VS Code is useful, but it's just it does things that are just bad enough. When I double click this, I want to double click the word, not the dash, and it is just annoying. Anyway, right, the drops, the block, the wire connection, that's what we want. Now we need to like figure out block relays. The relays are wrong, so let's go block connectors, right? This is the actual shapes. So we want these to be, it essentially like rotates them, right? So the default for these, rather than north, because there is no northeast, southwest. This north is when you place it on the north face, right? When you place it on the north face, it rotates the X by 270 to make sure that it rotates it. So it's like a mind meld. Like I literally had to like scour and find examples of how this works to figure out how to actually do it. Because oh my god, it was just so up is the default, which is when you see it, right? It's sitting on top of the up face. So up is the face that it's defaulting to, and then it has to rotate. Right, it has to rotate around either the X or the Z axis to, flip basically to the right face. Okay, so relay is not really what we want. Do I have an entity type defined? Was I forward thinking enough? Storage would make the most sense. with how the electric network system works. Because the connector itself would have a little bit of power in it. And then it would basically tick to deliver that power to the machine. How else would you classify it if not a storage? I mean, yeah, I could add like a new type in here. It can't be a relay. Well, I mean it could. It technically could be a relay, but it could be a relay that has power. Do I account for that in my electric network? I don't. I think I skip it. Let me take a quick peek. Relay nodes. So if it's a consumer, if it's a producer, toggle storage transformer, it's a storage. If it's a relay, it goes to relay nodes. And then I'm pretty sure I ignore somewhere in here, there's the update tick. I ignore relay nodes entirely. I don't even look at them. So it can't be a relay. It has to be, I think it would have to be storage. And this should be entity behaviors by type. Because, obviously signal would not be this behavior. So it would have to be, I'm going to have to redo this. Entity class by type, that's fine. Power. So it's just all of the different powers. And then I could do entity class signal star, and then it would take both of those, right? And it would do that. So the VEBE relay, I'm going to need the electric block should be fine. It's a generic, I don't think I need a special block right now anyway. I am going to need an entity class. So this is going to need to be storage. And we're going to do entity behaviors by type. Right? And then this is going to be encapsulated in there. And then this is going to be star power like this. And then you can go out. You're going to go out. Right? So entity behaviors by type now says if it matches star power, LV power, MV power, HV power, AV power, R power, then this is the behavior. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Right? There is no entity behavior, or there is no entity behavior. And then we can go even further, and we can say star LV power, and we can say max power 1,000, max power per second 500, which is going to be the limit of the LV network. And then we can copy this. This whole thing. And go MV power. And then this will be 4,000. And this will be, well, max power. I would put this at like 8,000. And this would be at 4,000. Because the MV networks are going to be 4,000 power per second. I'm pretty sure the syntax is right. Because remember, I do want to be able to support an MB, like a multi-block transformer, to go back and forth to HV power. So let's do one more of these and do HV. And this is going to be 400,000 and 200,000. Because the HV network is going to be a 200,000 power per second network. Which is a lot. I mean, that's a lot of power. Considering that would be, what, 2,000, equivalent of 2,000 LV generators. Okay. I think the syntax is right. And then we have behaviors. Yeah, the behaviors are universal with which face they're connected to. Omni attachable is the thing, the face. So entity class by type, we're going to need this to be VE-BE connector. Should we do like VE-BE power connector? Possibly. That object doesn't exist yet, so we're going to have to make it. So we go electrical, or should we put this? There's the relay. Doesn't do anything. Let's do add class. Power connector. BE power connector. Block entity. And then this is going to be electric simple block entity. The simple is there's no UI. There's no GUI with this. It's a simple block entity. But it still needs it has electrical needs, right? It just doesn't need any it doesn't need a GUI, which is where the simple comes in. There's no inventory, right? It's just it's a simple block entity, but we do need a block entity for it. And then for the registering of the block, I don't think I do any registering in this. I do, actually. So let's do private void register block entity. Why did you put? Why did you do that? So VEBE power connector. I preface everything with VE typically, because it's it just differentiates. The electric. This was not my code. I don't know why he didn't keep with the naming convention, but who knows if that is what's causing some bugs with other mods. If they use the same sort of approach with the same name, because the game wouldn't know which one to instantiate. It'd be like, hey, I got electric, and this could be this one, or it could be this one. I don't know which one it is. Who knows how it would handle that? So, block entity class, the connectors, the power connectors are specific. These are going to need code. These need code to push power into whatever they are attached to. So we already inherit everything from simple BE. And there's gonna be quite a bit of code in here to manage it. So this has should I make this virtual? Making it virtual would allow me to override it. Right? Just like this overrides the base game initialize, I could override on game tick. And I think this would map to the overridden version. Because this is what triggers This is a problem. This is a problem. This was not intended to be a base class for anything. This was intended to be the class. Because I need to customize the game tick. Because this thing is kind of a pseudo machine, and it needs to communicate with the multi-block that it's sitting on. What I could do in my initialize of the base class, or the next class, the connector class, run the base initialization, right? The base.initialize, which would call this, which would call the base, and it would call the base all the way down the line, but it would also specify this. And what I could do is I could see if the listener ID is greater than 0, which means it did it, and then unregister it immediately and just be like, nope, we're not going to do your listener, we're going to do our own custom listener. Which is why I made this internal, this listener ID, because we need to unregister this listener ID and then set this to 0. I mean, it's only run on the server, so, but I don't want it ticking twice, right? Because we're going to have a game tick. Either that, or I make this virtual and override the game tick and see if the inherited game tick is called when the base class tick listener fires. Because then I could just override the game tick event and just do whatever I want. The mark dirty event is fine. That's no problem, and it's only running every half a second. But we kind of want the electric network runs every quarter second. 4 times a second is when the electric network processes. So, we kind of want to replicate that as close as we can. We don't need it a machine level, 10 times a second. 4 times a second should be fine. And 4 times a second might be even too many, but the mark dirty is what we want to limit. So what I could do with the electric power connector is initialize if base.listenerID is greater than 0, API.event.unregister game tick listener ID. If API.signed equals signed.server. base.listener ID equals 0. Okay. So we want to do public void on sim tick float delta time. Let's see what. Let's make this on power tick. Okay. So we run the base initialization, which triggers this, right? And if we're on the server, it's going to register that tick listener. And then we're going to immediately detect that and unregister it before it ever has a chance to fire. Because there's a delay. There's a 500 millisecond delay. So it's going to be a half a second before it even fires the first time. Right? That's a initial delay. So it's gonna be delayed. We're gonna then unregister it right away, set that listener ID to equal 0, and then API.event.register game tick listener, new action float on power tick, comma 250, comma 500. What did I get wrong? New action flow. Oh, parentheses. That's right. So we're basically registering now on power tick every 250 milliseconds. This is going to need a private float client update delay 0. Client update delay plus equals delta time if client update delay is greater than 0.5, mark dirty true. That takes care of the every half second update, right? We're ticking more often. The function is ticking more often, but we're still delaying the mark dirty event to just a normal half second heartbeat, right? It's just this normal half second. So what I want to do is we want to private block position attachment attached to equals this dot this dot block dot variant of it's not side position. Okay. We need the opposite of this, right? So if we're up, that means we're up, but we're attached to the block below us, which is down. So we take the variant of position, So like block face dot from code dot opposite equals this dot position dot add copy block facing. Okay. So what this is doing is saying, all right, we take our position, or this is a block position. Add copy means I'm going to add a value to this, and I want to return a copy of it. Because if you just add, you're literally changing the position, and you don't want to do that, right? You want to create a copy of it. And which direction are we, like, which way are we adding this position? Well, we're adding it based on the face. And we're taking the variant of the position of us. Like, are we up? Are we north? Are we south? Are we east? We're taking that variant and we're pulling the opposite of it. So up becomes down. And then the add copy gets the down, and it's like, oh, I want to go down one. And so it adds -1, right, to the y, and we go down. It's the opposite of the face of the position that we're at. And that is the block that we're attached to, right? And I don't need to store. I don't need to save to disk this attached to, because the initialize, it's gonna grab it again anyway, and it's gonna grab that block. Now, in the case of a multi-block, that block that we're attached to will be a dummy block, right? So there's gonna have to be a bunch of logic and all of that kind of stuff inside of here. But I can do that off camera because it's gonna take me. I'm gonna need to sort of like get my mind in the right mode to do that. But this will literally, like, as soon as this is initialized, it's going to grab what block we're attached to, and then we can do a bunch of logic on top of that. So the attached to then becomes, hey, we need to do some logic on what we're attached to. And the similar sort of thing is going to have to be done with pipes. When you place a pipe and it looks at that neighboring block and it sees a dummy block, I'm going to have to go in there and add some logic to detect that explicitly and say, hey, right, is this a dummy block, and what are its connection stats? Like, what are its connection stats? And this is how, like, the feature kind of builds, like, system by system, feature by feature. It slowly builds out the feature set, just because it's just how it's done. And then I think on block broken. Okay, listener ID. We are setting the listener ID. Oh, we have to set it. This listener, we're inheriting this value. We're inheriting the value because it's a base class. We're inheriting that. We're unregistering it from the base class, resetting the value, and then setting it to a new value with a new tick and a new delay. But because we're setting it, when we break the block, it already has that ID, so it's already gonna unregister it. Now, technically, when you register this kind of stuff, usually the game does it for you if it detects that right, register game tick listener. Yeah, it should have it tries to make sure that it tracks all of that, and they're all unregistered. Called when the chunk of the block entity resides and was unloaded, removes the game tick listeners. Right? It removes the game tick listeners when the block is unloaded. So it removes them automatically, and then when you load it back in, the initialization is rerun, and those are reinitialize the values. I don't cache or store or save the listener IDs because they're different every time they're spun up. So we're going to need to validate. This here is just getting what we're attached to. That's all that is what are we attached to? The can attach to, that's being called, we already kind of went through that code. Here, and then the dummy block, or the behavior rather, can attach block at. Right? So this is calling the base block of the core, which is this. So we're going to have a lot of work to do in this as well, because the core needs, it's going to need all the generic logic that matches like different connections and different, like, so a lot of those behavior calls, it's really going to depend on what the core defines as available, right? Because this is where the GUIs come from. This is where it all like happens. And every machine, right, will be a core block, right, but a different block entity. So yeah, it's like the call stack is going to be interesting because it's going to start at the dummy. It's going to delay. It's going to basically point to the core, or the core is going to have the behavior. So the dummy calls the behavior. The behavior does whatever logic it needs to do, passes the call to the core block. The core block, this one here, then has its own logic because different machines are going to have slightly different needs and wants and desires. And then that going to have relevant block entity calls. And the block entity is really going to manage like, hey, like what goes where? How does a pipe communicate with a block entity that's far away from? And it's this kind of system. I've already got code that does that with pipes, but I'm detecting the base game multi-block, not my new custom multi-block. But yeah, this it's the core. There's a lot of work. So much work to do to get these objects sort of up to what they need to be. Power connectors got a lot of work left. Electric network mod, because we specify these connectors as storage, right? It should work as like a little mini battery. The connectors, there should be basically mini batteries, which gets power. It's just going to get power, and we have to be able to extract power from them, because in the case of a multi-block transformer, well, there's gonna have to be a node that outputs power, right? So it's gonna need one. So you're going to have like an LV or, an HV place for a connector, and then a MV place for a connector. You could even do an LV, like an HV to LV, if you really wanted to get crazy with it. And then this, I still have to work on this. It's funny, like a big feature like this, I get lost in the weeds a lot because it's like this domino effect of what I need, right? I need to do this, but then I need this before I can do that. And then before I do this, I need something over here. And then before I can do that, I need over here. And at some point, I need the original thing that I said I needed, right? So it's like this circular catch-22 of like, I need all of these things, but I need them all at the same time, right? All of these need to exist. Usually I start, in order to break that sort of infinite loop, I usually build the blocks first because they're the easiest, straightforward thing. So these things, these things are a lot easier to get into the game because, it's just a lot easier to get these in. So yeah, I can get these done. We need to figure out, do any of these require different shapes? I mean, the fluid, I could do fluid, but yeah. I don't know, do we need different shapes or is it just generic cubes with different textures? Because then I could just specify the texture. But I think I want different shapes. Right, I think I want different shapes because a shape, you can have different textures for different sides, right? I can have the northeast, southwest, like for like a fluid, I could have the northeast, southwest be the fluid port, and then the top and the bottom not, and it's just solid, which would indicate like you're not going to pull out of the top or the bottom of this, you're going to pull out the side. Power is the same way. Like a power block, I could have, depending on what I do, there's going to be no rotation. There's going to be no northeast, southwest. So whatever the block is, it's going to be, it's going to have either the same texture on all sides, or it's going to have some design that indicates, an attachment point either on the top or the side or wherever. So yeah, I think shape is the better pick here. So let's do block, multi-block, item IO, fluid IO, power IO, signal IO, gas IO. Okay, so let's just spin up a quick block, multi-block. So base, let's say block, multi-block, item IO. Oh my god! Let's minimize all the things. Usually I have multiple monitors being used when I do this, but when I'm streaming, it's just one thing. So we're going to do a cube. And this is going to be 16, 16, 16. Okay, so item IO, what do we want? As far as a texture goes, let's look at those textures that I nicked from an old thingy. Thought there was a... There we go. Fluid. Where would be... The fluid looks like that. Why is there no item IO? Like machines have one. I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. God damn it. All right. Alrighty. There's so many of the fluid things. There's like maybe items. Oh, Lord. Let's see. Item. All right. Let's take. I mean, item IO blocks we could make like treated wood. That would be a good use of the treated wood. Oh, here we go. Item in and out. But the specific like texture, right? If I include these would be useful in like the actual big model to define the specific port as an output. But I would need like a universal version of this, where instead of being yellow or blue or orange, it would be just like a white connector. Or, do something like this. So let's grab, I'm just going to I just got to YOLO this basically. Let's grab this and this. We can worry about recipes and all that gubbins later. We're gonna throw this into textures, block. New folder. MB. Multiblock. Multiblocks. Item IO side. Item IO top. Bot. Okay. So just giving you an example of just a quick and dirty version of this. Image import block multi-blocks north apply. Okay. Now, of course, this could be enhanced with actual 3D shapes, right? You could really go nitty gritty with this. So we're going to copy and we're going to go east, south, and west. And then the top, we're going to go image, import, top and bottom, apply. Why does that not line up? I didn't even realize that didn't line up. Where was that? That was in wooden? No. Multi-blocks? No. Like, we got these little squares on each side, right? Where is the block? Where is the texture that matches that? Because these are like the long versions. Where's the side? Turntable? Again, these are the long. But. Oh man. I don't like that those don't match. I don't like that at all. I can't delete. Why can't I delete images from this? Yeah, I would absolutely like make the shape look good. It would just take me 2 hours to sit here and fiddle with all the voxels and stuff. And I doubt anybody wants to see me. Why is there no version of this that has the smaller connectors like that? Do I just have to image just apply that? I mean, it looks ugly, but as far as a generic block, it is what it is. Let's save. And this would be block. Let's just make sure we're actually in shapes. Oh my god. Yeah, we are. Okay. Multi-block. No. Multi-block. Item IO. Okay. And again, I'm using different shapes because then I can come in later, or somebody else, if they have the inclination, can submit better shapes with the textures already done. And I just plug those into the shape. Like, you just take over the shape rather than fiddle around with, like, oh, this is the texture for this and this is the texture for this. That doesn't give you the flexibility. So what we want to do now is go new, and again, I'm just going to do this and go 16 by 16 by 16. The reason I didn't save as is I didn't want to copy all the textures over to the next one. So now we can go and look at textures for the fluid, which is, I think these were the items. So let's go fluid connector, metal devices. There we go. So fluid can be a more generic version of this. I don't want to do orange or blue for the generic IO block. Again, those textures can be used for the actual multi-block where it goes to indicate input and output. Output being orange. And I've been trying to kind of program my brain. But this and maybe this we can copy into textures. Fluid IO side. Fluid IO top bot. Even though we didn't use this because the stupid texture was different, the corners were... Anyway, there's major room for improvement in all this. I am not in any doubt about this. Okay. And then we're going to import this one as well, but we're going to do apply, copy, paste, 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 image there, apply, copy, paste. I mean, it's definitely different enough from the item IO that it should be different. And again, you could subtly change this. You know, you could inset, right, make this more complex. You could inset this one voxel in, have a border, and then you could have a little like 2 voxel rivets coming out, and I mean, you could really customize it. You don't even need to change the texture because you can specify a voxel to use a fraction of a texture. But it doesn't need to be super complex, and it absolutely doesn't need to be. Oh my God, why do I have to reselect the goddamn directory? You can't realize that I'm in the same effing directory game, huh? Where the last time I saved it, you can't remember where the last place I saved, huh? Shapes, block, multi-block, fluid io.json. So that should be here, fluid io, item io. So let's look at our mapping. There we go. So if we want to save ourselves a little bit of trouble, let's do save as. Oh my God, it's not even going to remember in the same file, it's not going to remember where I was. Really? Okay. Well, if you're not going to remember, I'm just going to YOLO it here. 16 by 16 by 16. Base. All right. Power. This one's going to be rough. I think there was a subtle power connector indicator, right? Something like this that indicated power. Yeah, see, there's this little bit up here. This is the garden cloche. That's the power. So yeah, the power is up here. You can see the little orange square. So there and there. What we could do, well, I think the power is going to need to be on all sides, the same texture on all sides, because there are going to be probably some machines where the connector will go on top and some machines where the connector will go on the side. So there's going to be no like one hard and fast rule. I doubt there would be one on the bottom. I doubt it. So let's grab these two and go to textures and go power IO here, and then power IO bottom. Because it's going to be all the sides and the top. But I don't anticipate ever attaching something to the bottom of a multi-block. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but you know, hopefully the player like realizes what's going on. Image import power and import power, apply, copy paste down, image there, apply. Right, there's your power block. And I've got to go through this again because reasons. Vintage engineering, mod, assets, vintage, shapes, block, multi-block, power IO. The rest of these are not really done, so we're going to just set all of those. Now, interaction. This is going to be unique. This is going to have to be This is going to have to be identifiable pretty easily and unique amongst all of the block designs. So I'm thinking I don't want to use either of these. I want to use these for actual blocks. Redstone, however, this would be a good one. This might be a good one to use. Let's look at all of these and see if there's... And a fly just flew past me. What in God's name? It's November. What is the damn temperature outside? Holy Jesus. Yeah. Global warming is a thing. It's 47 degrees in November. Okay. Everybody should instantly recognize what this is. It's a very simple block. Again, I could sit and spend hours making the shapes look awesome, but I just need these blocks done in the game so I can actually start working with them and test them. This is an important block though, because this is what you interact with. Right? This is what is used to validate the block. It's not a redstone block because redstone's not a part of the game. But oh my God. Programming. Vintage. This utility really needs to store and cache the last directory that was accessed. Why it doesn't boggles my mind, and how the developers who actively use this utility don't go out of their minds having to do this over and over again. I don't know. But it would drive me crazy doing block after block after block, having to go through the whole enchilada and just like, Jesus. Block, multi-block, and this is going to be interaction. Okay. There's all of those. These are all the shapes. Let's do a verification. I hate Windows 11. Didn't I, on the item IO, didn't I have, I guess I did every side for that, but That's fine. Okay. So yeah, the signal, the gas, mechanical. Right now, they're just going to inherit the power IO shape. So I don't really have a use for those, but the interaction is going to need to be fleshed out. And then the multi-block IO, like entity. I'm going to need an entity class for the interaction version. It has the interaction is going to need a block entity. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Because it needs to find and communicate with the core. It's the block that you're going to interact with to validate and complete the structure. So it alone, out of all of these, needs a block entity. So they're all going to be blocks. That's fine. I don't really know what draw types. I'd have to look up what draw types do. But whatever. Stack size. I don't care what the stack size is of these. You're not going to use a lot of these in a build, right? There's going to be at most a couple of item and fluid and maybe one power interface. You're not going to have a lot of them. So we do like E and entity class. I think it's class by type. I could be wrong. And we do star dash interaction is going to be 1. And then star is going to be nothing. And then this is going to be MB multi-block BE interaction. Interactable. Multi-block block entity interactable is this particular version in the interaction. I might, just for my sanity, move these under. So the entity class by type, yeah. MBBE interactable. So let's go back into code and go multi-block. MBBE interactable. Come on. Block entity game. There you go. If the if the using directive isn't in, boy, it fights you. It fights you. It's like, I don't know what that is until you really explicitly tell me what that is. MBBE interactable. Okay. So the block, it's a block entity. So the initialize is what's called when you place it. And so there's going to need to be public void find core How about find MB core, right? Since this is a block entity, we're going to do private block position core position. Okay. Override from tree attributes. Override to tree attributes. Tree of core position dot or equals core position. I don't do this stuff very often, so I always forget like what the syntax is. So like, let's look at this. Set. That's what I was missing. Tree.set block position is core position. Value. Oh, yeah. Derp. Core position. Equals. I need to initialize. If core position does not equal null. How do I do this? And then you do core position equals tree dot core position dot as come on Visual Studio, get block position core position. So the default value is null. So if it doesn't exist, if the core position doesn't exist, it'll just assign null, right? It won't crash, right? And the reason being is if it's null, which means we haven't processed the core yet, then we need to find it again, right? So this, when you're loading it off of disk, right? If the chunk is unloaded or the game is saved and then you load it back later, from tree attributes is called before initialize, right? It loads the data off of disk before initialize is set. So the API call right? The API value is not guaranteed to exist. So we load it off of disk. If the core position was not previously saved, which means it didn't exist, which means you might not have placed, like, let's say you place the core and then you place the validation block that is not attached to the core. So the validation block, when it validates, when you place the validation block, it's going to look at all of its neighbors and it's going to be like, oh, I'm going to spider through all the neighbors until I find the core, right? Until I find an incomplete core. And then once it finds that, it basically binds itself to that incomplete core, and that's what's saved as the core position. And so now when I talk to it, once it's linked, now when I talk to it, it'll directly access the core, and call the validation routines and all of that kind of stuff. But if you place the core and then you immediately place the validation block that's separated, right? It's distant. Well, it's not going to have any neighbor blocks to spider through. So it's just going to sit dormant until you have a neighbor block change, and then it's going to look at that. Or it'll look when you right click to validate it if it doesn't have a core. So there's like a decision tree that has to happen. Right? If it's not currently tied to a core, find it. Like, you just have to find it with various ways. But it's going to be looking for an incomplete core. With a core that's a variant of incomplete. So there's an edge case bug where you could have two validation blocks. If the player builds two multi-blocks at the same time, super close together, that they're touching, then you could get some shenanigans. And my response to that is, don't do that. Build one, then build the other, right? Do it like, saying it's a bug is like, well, it's a bug if I do this, right? It's like saying, hey, that's a bug, my car doesn't fly. That's a bug, please fix it. It's like, no, just don't try to fly your car. Just build one multi-block at a time, please, for God's sakes. I spending 25 hours on the slight edge case of somebody building two multi-blocks right next to one another at the same time where they're both unfinished is just like, I'm sorry, but don't do that. Just don't do that. Or if you want to do that, work on the code yourself and submit a PR, and I'll review it and I'll integrate it. You work on it if it's so important. Okay, so we have the core position being saved and loaded from disk. And from the initialize, if core position equals null, then find MB core. Okay. And then do we have an override on inner? No. On block? Nope. I am going to need a custom block for this. It does not need to be an electric block. Okay. So block interaction or interactable. Yeah. I don't know why it defaults to internal. On neighbor block change, on interact, start. If by player dot control entity dot controls dot sneak MB BE interactable BE equals world dot get block let's see, world dot block accessor dot get block entity of MBBE interactable at block selection dot position if BE does not equal null. Then not and well, for now, I'll just have an empty hand. Might return null if there is no hotbar. When is there no hotbar? So this is a nullable check, right? If active hotbar slot is null, then I don't want to do the dot empty. But if it is null, then it's false. Or should I say it's true? No, I don't want to say it's false. Because if I would imagine the only time the toolbar doesn't exist, I would assume the only time that happens is in spectator mode. Right? And I don't want spectators to like be able to validate, like to trigger the validation. That would be bad. then be dot be interactable. Find MB core. Well, public bool is linked. Well, no, I want to trigger. Let's do public void trigger validation. I world accessor world I player by player block selection CL. Okay, so we do be dot trigger validation, and we pass in world by player and block selection. Trigger validation. How about we do so? False if the interaction should be stopped. True if the interaction should continue. If you return false, so the only time you want to return false is, if something catastrophic happens, because returning false does not sync the event to the server, right? It's not going to fire the event on the server. So returning true is kind of like what we want to do. Return, and then we do bool, and we just return true. Like, returning false would mean something catastrophically bad happened. And if that's the case, then we can debug it, right? That I would have to be able to set up a debugger to walk through it to figure out what actually happened. So if core position equals null, find MB core. Okay. So the trigger validation is really, this is now, we've got to be able to and then again, we have to do it again. If core position does not equal null. So if it's null, which means we haven't found it yet, do another check, right? We're going to manually trigger that check. If that check passes and we find the core, the next call is core position does not equal null, means we found it. If it does equal null, don't do anything, because that means the block is still lonely and it can't find a core. So with this, we want to spider around trying to look for any neighbor blocks that are not dirt. We need to be able to eliminate certain blocks. So blocks that are not dirt, not stone, not gravel, not sand, not wood, or logs or leaves. Basically, we're wanting to look for a block that is essentially a manufactured block in some way, or have a block like a blacklist where you're not going to include those kinds of blocks in a multi-block structure. Right. I still want it a little bit available to freeform it, but um, let's do also public internal void set MB core block position core or position equals core dot copy. I'm doing this because in my mind I just realized when you break, if you have a multi-block finished and it's finished and you break a block and it goes through and it resets and reinitializes all the blocks that should be there, when it basically places one of these blocks, we're going to already know where the core is because it's the core that's calling this. It's the core that's creating the block. So we're going to know where the core is right when we initialize it, when we create it. So, running this, I'm hoping to be able to just set the core. Now, the initialize routine. I doubt we're going to need it, but I wanted to put it in there anyway. Who cares? Core position does not equal null. So this trigger validation, now we have the core position. And what we want to do, the trigger validation, this is on the interactable. We need to communicate with the core or do we want to just go directly to the behavior? Public bool trigger validation. Jesus. So these are basically like two different ways of doing this. So the interactable, the return true here doesn't really like I need to return true here because the event has to run. Right? Why do we still not all code paths return a value? Oh. Somehow I missed a curly brace. So this trigger validation on the block entity goes in here, and it's like, all right, the block entity is unique to this location, which is why it has the core position. So if we have a core position and it's valid, I want to trigger the validation via the core, but it's not really the core, it's the behavior on the core. So yeah, so this is VE multiblock behavior equals world.block accessor.get block get behavior block entity at core position dot get behavior of VE multi-block behavior. Okay. I want to question mark that. If there's no block entity, definitely don't try to get behavior. If BEH is not equal null, BEH dot trigger validation, and then world by player, and then selection, and then we're done with that. And then just always return true. Like we're going to trigger the validation no matter what. Whether we have the core, whether we don't, what happens in the trigger, like it doesn't matter. We need to sync it with the server. The server absolutely needs to do it. So the client triggers the event. It's the server that actually processes the event. So we have here multi-block mod. So this triggers it in the behavior. So now we can basically skip to the behavior and go, hey, now we're here, right? Now we're here, we can actually do whatever we need to do in here. Trigger validation. We have access to the multi-block structure. Yeah, I'm gonna need to like nitty gritty like pick this apart because there's a whole like layer thing that we're gonna have to do, and we're gonna have to figure out a way to like track the layer, like what's the current layer that you're working on, and then validate. Obviously, validation. If you're in the middle of working on it, and you do a validate, well, you're technically only wanting it to validate the layer that you're on. Right, but what it's going to do is it's going to validate all the way up to that layer. So we need a way to track and save what layer we're currently working on, because we don't care about the blocks above that layer because we're currently working on layer Y. We don't care about Y plus 1, Y plus 2, Y plus 3. We're on layer Y. So from 0 up to y, we need to validate. But if y validates, if it's all valid up to y, then we need to do y plus 1, and we need to then validate up to y plus 1. And if we're not valid, then we need to highlight the block, right? It's just like this stepwise, but it has to be algorithmic. It has to be like, hey, we're doing this, and then we're just incrementing this. And so the multi-block behavior, which is associated with the block, I believe we can have so I ran into like a mental brick wall. Tracking what layer we're currently on. I don't know if this is instanced. Right? Because if we look at like the electric entity or the electric network behavior, this is a block entity behavior. So this will have unique data for the entities. And I'm thinking this is going to need to be the same thing. Because what is unique? What is unique? The layer that we're on, the highlight colors, right, of this, whatever progress we have. I'm wondering now. Because there's no way for me to save. Well, I mean, there technically is. I could push a value to the core. I could pull the core, grab the block entity of that core, and I could have what is the current layer that we're building, right? It's a convoluted roundabout way of doing it, but it would be universal to all multi-blocks, which is what the behavior is for. Behavior is like, this is code that runs for every multi-block. It's the same process, the same build process. The unique data, I don't know, like, is this seems to have some unique data because we have the Y rotation. But I don't know, I want to say that might not. Is a block behavior unique? Is a unique version of it created for every instance of that block, or is it the same behavior for every block? Because that rotate Y value, the pump jack north is a different rotate Y than a pump jack east. Um, yeah, I want to say the block behaviors. No, it has to be unique for every instance. It has to be because like ground storable, I believe, is a block behavior. No, block ground storage. That's a block. Uh Where's the block behavior? Collectible behavior ground storage. Okay. Behavior objects can be added to any collectible. Okay, so collectible behavior, it's different than block behavior because collectible behavior can exist for items. Properties. Block ground storage. Storage props. See, there's no unique data stored for any particular instance of this behavior. Storage props are just the properties when you define the behavior. There's properties, right? Similar to my properties. They don't change from instance to instance. But there's no unique data. So I would need to take this away. Right? Because the rotate Y is based on the variant. And the variant doesn't change for this block because each block has a variant associated with it. So, like, the multi-block behavior added to, say, the pump jack core, well, that's going to have a northeast southwest. And that's where the rotate Y comes from, is that value. It's based on the direction. So block colors, I do this in the multi-block. This was an early. That was an early attempt at going through this process. So this is actually a little bit closer to reality here. So again, this trigger validation, which we get from the block, from the interactable block, which we then have in the block behavior, well, this is there any way to redirect, because we have a block selection here, so we're basically like passing the torch further down the path from generic to specific. So the very first thing was to trigger was a validation block, which is, again, it's a very basic block, and all it does is store the core, and then so that passes it to the block behavior. But I think what we need to do, going back a level, back to the validation block, here, this is actually getting the block entity, MBE interactable. So this is getting the interactable block entity at this position. This is getting the behavior. What I think I need to change is this needs to actually communicate with the core. Because if I go to the behavior, I lose that core position. Because I'm just going to have to trigger it again anyway, because I'm going to need that layer. That layer data is like, what is the active layer? What is the current layer? And that's, I can only create that and store that object in the core. The block entity for the core, not the block entity. Because that is a unique value to that specific core. The behavior is not going to be able to store that value. The behavior will not have it. So what happens is then we go somewhere in here, multi-block entity core. We can do this as internal int current layer active. How about active layer equals 0? And then, of course, we're going to want two tree attributes from tree attributes. Tree.set int active layer equals tree.get int. Okay. And these two calls, to and from tree attributes, these are also used when syncing with client and server. They're used in saving to disk, and they're used in syncing client to server. So they do double duty. So the active layer here is in the entity, the core, the entity of the core, which is a unique, it's a unique value. So what I should do is add a block position core here, dial it back to the interactable, and pass in core position. So I'm passing in what the core is, as well as what's block we're selecting, which doesn't really matter. I could just redirect the selection, right? Just like I did in the other object. I could just reset the position of this to the core. But, you know, whatever. These are all custom calls anyway. I'm not using somebody else's interface. So this is fine. We're going to close that. So we have this active layer now. So we can go back to the behavior and say, all right, well, now we have the core position, right? So we can say VEMB entity core MB core equals world.block accessor.get block entity of VEMB entity core at core position. Okay. So grab the block entity at that position, and we should have access to the layer MB core dot active layer. Yep. Okay, so this trigger validation here has a return type. I don't know if I need one or not, but this is going to be a lot of work because the multi-block structure, yes, has a bunch of validation stuff, but it doesn't have any of the layer information. So int layer equals MB core dot active layer. We're gonna grab that layer, and then what we can do is throw a highlight incomplete parts and pass in the layer. Right, because I include this here as it's a unique thing to what I'm trying to do. And we can say somewhere in here, I have too many things open. That I definitely don't need open. So this layer here, we can then say, hey, this MBS dot highlight incomplete parts, and we have world by player core layer. So this now passes the torch, right, to the multi-block structure object and says, hey, highlight these parts up to this layer. And the layer is just like positive from 0, which is the layer the core is on, up to whatever layer we're on. Right? So now it's really the lifting has to be done in here. Because this is transformed offsets.count. So if transformed offsets dot or no, transferred offsets of I dot Y is greater than layer. Continue. Let's think about this. Transferred offsets of Y, which is what we're indexing into, right? Because we're grabbing this offset. So the offset, like, so the 0, if we're doing the first layer 0, it'll ignore any offset that's above 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. It's gonna ignore that. So there's just the continue is just like skip the rest of the code, just go back to the for loop and run the for loop again, which will increment I and it'll say, hey, is this are we good? And it should not skip anything because it's looking at the offset.y. It's not looking at the total count. So it's unfortunately it still has to iterate through all the offsets because they might not be in a good order. Right? The transformed offsets might not be in the best order. I don't think they're sorted. I don't really want to sort them because there could be hundreds of blocks in there, right? These multi-blocks might get pretty big. So there could be, 2, 3, 200 blocks in there, 200 items. But this continue will sort of short circuit it and say, hey, don't skip. If we're layer 0, skip 1, 2, 3, 4, blah, blah, blah. If we're layer 1, skip 2, 3. Don't skip 0. We need to revalidate all the way up to layer, up to and include layer, because if somebody's trying to be cheeky, they build half the refinery, validate it, and then break all of the lower ones, and then rebuild the rest of it. If we didn't revalidate the whole thing every time, it would validate because it's already validated halfway up, and then the rest of it was built, and then it would validate the rest of it, and then like, oh, you done, and you would, it would cost half the amount of material. So somebody would absolutely try to do that. So this ensures that it validates up to the layer. And this highlight blocks what we want, incomplete block count int layer equals minus 1. Okay. We need to do the same thing up here. Okay, so because this highlight blocks, I don't want to run this. If blocks dot count is greater than 0. Highlight blocks. Right? Or no, like we already have an empty list, and the clear, right, is just passing an empty list. This must have changed. Because highlights, world.highlightblocks, world.highlight clear. I would have to look at my my building gadget mod, because I ran into a massive memory leak with this because I wasn't cleaning up the block highlights. I wonder if they refactored this. I really wish a call like this existed to render it, instead of a highlight, to render it as a ghost. Something as simple as this. That's when I Tyrone was like, yeah, you can do ghost blocks. You just the world edit preview does that. And I'm like, well, that's well and good, but that's a rabbit hole that it would take me days to find my way through. A call like this of just like highlight block ghost, right? That does all that for me. I pass it all the blocks and it just does that for me. It would be, oh my God, it would be so nice. So if a developer is out there of the game, it would be a lifesaver if I could just pass it the block list and just like have it render a ghost version of that automatically. That would be, oh my God, it would be so nice. Just ignore the colors, just render the ghost. 50% transparency, go for it. Whatever. It would be so nice. So I think it's fine to not have this, because if the blocks and colors are empty, it's going to clear the highlight via the slot ID anyway. So it'll just clear it out. So yeah, that'll be fine. The highlight ID, I might like... It would have been nice to have an instance version of that highlight ID. I'm not going to worry about it right now. That could be a next month problem. Okay. So now let's do the same sort of thing for the incomplete block count. So we have the layer being passed in, blah, 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 blah. If transformed offsets of I dot y is greater than layer, continue. Is greater than layer, layer does not equal -1, question mark. Layer. Well, if layer does not equal -1, and because if it is equal to -1, right, do the whole thing. If layer does not equal -1 and transform object, so if layer equals, if layer equals -1, this is false. It won't even check this. If layer equals -1, this is false. It'll ignore the rest. So I need to do that down here as well. If layer does not equal -1, and because if it is equal to -1, that means do the whole thing. Current layer. Well, what do I do down here? -1 to validate or to check all. 0 for first layer, 1 for the layer above that, and so on. Okay. So then we need to go to the behavior, I believe, and say int missing equals mbs.count incomplete block count and we need to pass world, core, null, and layer. What is the mismatch? On mismatch, it's a delegate that in what would go there? It's basically like if the block is not matched. But what would I need to do if it wasn't matched? Was there anything I would need to do? I don't think so. Like I don't think I would need to do anything. All right. So this is incomplete block count. This is what runs when you try to validate the thingy. So it's looking at what is this doing? First code part. This is the weirdest code ever. Like, really? You can't just do damage tiles plus plus? Decompilers are funny. I bet you if I looked at this code on the GitHub, it would look different. I would hope so. I would hope it would look different. Because it's running this code if the block mismatch happens, right? Incomplete block count. So the delegate, you can have that be a function, or you could have it be its own block of code. It's like an inline function. Which gets called if the match doesn't succeed. So this wildcard util.match, this is a rough function, by the way. This is a rough function because it's literally block codes of W. So it's pulling the block code and it's saying, hey, does the block that's there match the code, right? The code that's there, does it match the code that needs to be there? If it doesn't, right? If it doesn't match, run whatever function you pass in and then increment the output, right? The QINC is the number of incomplete blocks that it found. But I'm trying to think of like why we would need to run something on that code, like on a block. Like, is there any situation at all where we would have to track outside data? block, have block, want block code. Yeah, I don't, right now anyway, unless I run into a weird edge case that a block mismatch is found, but it's, we need to like double verify or something. I don't understand. Like if it doesn't validate, damaged tiles, it just, I think it's like, yeah, it's changing. Yeah, it adds, so it tracks which ones are, if there's any damaged ones. So there's a difference between one that's missing and one that's damaged. And so if it mismatches, it needs to know, is it damaged? And if it's damaged, it changed the error. Whereas in our instance, like if it's not the right block, it's just not the right block. It just isn't the right block. So yeah, we would have to validate it, and we, you know, it'll just return number of incomplete blocks up to the layer. So let's do a. Okay. So now the issue is when we get to the top layer and we validate. Let's just, for arbitrary sake, say it's a five tall. So you have 0 to 4. So the last layer you build, the layer would be 4. Because it's a 0 base, it's 0 to 4. So 0, it's up to 4. So there, the transformed offsets.y is it would not exceed 4, an offset of 4, right? A 5 tall multi-block would, the y offset would not go over 4. So when we validate layer 4 and it passes, that means the whole thing is good to go. But how do we detect that that's the highest y level, the y offset? We need to pull what is the topmost layer. Is there an elegant way to do this? Let's see. What is the type of object that we're talking about here? Block, offset, and number. Okay. Which is essentially a vector 4i. Three ints x, y, z, and w. I have a list. I want to pull the largest y value that exists in the list. There's, you could do it with a for loop, but that would be. Bleh. Um, I mean, there's there's a link way to do it. Int max y equals transformed offsets dot max I don't know how it knew that's what I wanted. Let's instead of x, because that's confusing, let's do like v. So I just want the maximum y value. The max value of y, which is the max offset of the transformed offsets. So if we copy this as well, and we go highlight incomplete parts, actually what I should do is that transformed offsets question mark. Is a very, very negative number. max y is transformed offsets question mark. Now, I don't necessarily need transformed offsets. I could use just regular offsets. Right? The regular offsets are offsets that are defined in JSON. The transformed offsets are for whatever rotation that we have. But that max y grabs the max value here, so I wouldn't need it here. So we bounce again back to the behavior. The active layer that we're on, if missing or int missing incomplete block counts, if missing missing greater than 0, highlight incomplete parts, else if layer equals mbs.maxy holy cow, it's built. Yeah, cat? You're a little late. You were sleeping. You lost track of time. Your little kitty wristwatch didn't know what time it was. So then we do else. Next layer, please. MB core dot active layer plus plus. Yes. She's just gonna rub her face on everything. I gotta think about like fail safes for this. It's always edge cases. When it comes to bugs in anything, it's always the edge cases. If you build it exactly how I picture it in my mind, then it would work every time. But it's always those weird, bizarre edge cases of people placing things and breaking them and placing them and scrambling it that it ends up breaking. Or other mods tend to break it too. Like that's pretty easy. I hear the purrs. They're adorable. Missing. Like, I could add a call that, like, get first incomplete layer. I'm just thinking about, like, what are the pros and cons of such shenanigans? Because if you're building, you're part way up, and some of the blocks below break, or you break for some reason, then you go to validate. It's still thinking you're on this layer, but it's gonna invalidate those blocks, so it'll highlight those as well as those. Yeah, I hear the purrs. It's that time, isn't it? Yeah, it's tree time, isn't it? You're only adorable if there's food involved. Otherwise, you puke on the floor. Okay. Like, I'm curious whether to I boost the layer. So what I could do is I could just recall this recall this. But I got to be careful I don't get an infinite loop sort of thing going. Because I could just do this. Trigger validation. World. By player. Selection. Core. Right? And that reruns it again. To the next layer, which should hit missing incomplete block count, because the next layer won't have anything built. So we want to do mbs.clear highlights world by player. Like, I'm wondering if analyze used. I don't know why they have multi-block structure. I don't know why they have a separate object. There's so little documentation about this feature that it's just like, Why is there a separate highlighted object? It's a direct copy of a. Why do you have two copies of the same multi-block structure? That makes no sense. Right? Why don't just highlight the original? Why have a separate one? I guess I will learn. I will figure that out because it's weird. Oh, world outside. I didn't know world outside was a thing. Today I learned. Today I learned. Okay. Like the highlight process is strictly client side, so we don't want to run those on the server. We want to run the incomplete for sure. We need to know how many are incomplete. I'll work on like errors and stuff like that a little later. So I want to make sure my logic is sound. So if layer equals the max y, right? The layer we just validated is 4, and the max y is 4, right? I need to move this out to here. Because if missing equals 0, and only if missing equals 0, do we come down here. Having an and in there was dangerous. That would have caused bugs. 100%. That would have caused bugs. So if missing is greater than 0 and we're on the client, then highlight the parts. And like we can also run the error like trigger client error. Um, Run it again. I need, I've been kind of chipping away at it. The logic to sort of slowly build a Lego set, right? I'm slowly building the feature, and then once I've got it into a thing that I can actually actively debug and step through and watch how everything works, that's when sort of all of the little pieces come together. Right. So anyway, that I think is going to be it for the stream today. I thank you all for coming by. Everybody who participated in chat, thank you very much. Anybody who hit that like button helps me out greatly. So thank you for that. And yeah, I hope, if anything, somebody learned something out there at some point, whatever. So yeah, that's going to do it for today. Thank you again for coming by. Please have a great rest of the week. And yeah, I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday for a chill, relaxing stream. So anyway, see you later.